Donald, you mean those spherical triangles that are not actually, traditional triangles, but the ones that you try and conflate to being triangles because they're
Non-Euclidean
categorized
triangles.
under. Thank you very much. Right. Thank you for being hyper specific because in this room that's kind of required. Right. Last time you were in here, you were making the claim that a spherical triangle, right, quote unquote, does not have a 3D coordinate system, right?
I don't think I ever said that.
Yeah, you did.
I said you can map a three-dimensional. I said you can map. I said you can map 3 dimensions on a 2-dimensional surface. That's what I said.
Yeah, and then when we were talking, I was pointing out, hey, all these coordinates of each of these points, right, that you're drawing arcs from to connect them, right? Each of those have an X, Y, and Z coordinate. And you were like, no, they don't. They're 2D.
Oh, okay. Where's okay? We're talking about longitude and latitude, right? We're talking about longitude. Dude.
No, this is not the point. The point was
we're talking about longitude and latitude, right?
Let me finish.
Where's the third dimension? Longitude, latitude. Where's number 3?
If you let me finish my fucking sentence, okay? We agreed that indeed the surface area is calculated and expressed as a 2-dimensional plane, right? It's measured in square meters, square kilometers, whatnot.
I never said plane. I never would have agreed to plane.
The coordinates themselves.
So now who's the liar? You're lying.
Oh, okay. Shut the fuck up. Get the fuck out of here, clown.
That's not
I would never have agreed to plane.
This is a science channel, not an insult.
But this is why he's on my auto-ban list, because he's just an idiot. Waste of time.
What you lied about what I said, and I'm the idiot? That doesn't make any sense.
Well, you've said some nonsense. Like you would understand the Earth as a globe if you just knew the 3rd grade math of triangles.
Well, so you guys are smarter than like Einstein? You guys smarter than
okay, you don't even need triangles. All you need is perspective, the law of perspective. So can parallel lines cross on a planar surface? No, they cannot. So therefore, if you draw a parallel line from the horizon to the bottom of the sun, they can never cross. Sunset can never happen on a flat Earth.
What are you talking about?
Perspective, it's math.
Okay, so if you have parallel lines, then they won't converge or cross,
Yeah, well then how does the sun set?
Well, I don't know. The lines aren't parallel.
That would be parallel lines crossing on a plane surface. You can't do that.
Well, it just appears to set. Does it actually set, or does it just appear to?
Yes, it definitely actually sets.
So it actually goes down. It loses elevation?
Well, it appears to lose elevation, yeah.
Okay, that's what I asked you, and then you said, no, it actually does that.
Well, no, it actually sets. It appears to lose elevation. It doesn't actually lose elevation. It appears to lose elevation. It actually sets.
I was asking you.
Those are 2 different things.
I was asking you, Goofy. All right,
well,
so it just appears to go down.
It was a malformed question. It was a malformed question.
Yeah, so it appears to go down.
Person.
Yeah, your head's malformed.
So personal insults, I thought were against the rules in this room,
but you're wasting your time.
You just insulted people. Yeah, dude, you just sat here saying, you said none of us could do 3rd grade maths.
That's not an insult. That's just an observation.
Yes, it is. Yeah, so that's it's just an insult that you're an idiot.
None of you know how to do 3rd grade math.
Yes, it's just an observation that you're a moron. Are we going to do that?
I don't think I can do 3rd grade math. I think he's got a point there, bro. Like, just not trolling, but yeah.
What? Triangles? 3rd grade math? What type
of
triangles? What type of
triangles? Well, yeah, I know what a triangle is. Does that mean I'm good?
Yeah, awesome. So, what's a triangle?
It's got 3. It's got 3 sides to it. Yeah.
Awesome. So those sides are straight, aren't they?
They're straight and they're equal.
Yes, but they don't. Yeah.
On a plane.
The sides are
on a sphere. They're not.
Shut up, Donald. I'm talking to someone else. And a triangle has 3 equal sides.
Shut up. Don't be a dick.
Well, I can make you shut up. There you go. Go ahead.
And if I may, you said something incorrect. The sides are equal. That's only equilateral triangles, sir. You can have right-angle triangles, etc. Wherein the lines are not at the same length.
Whoa.
You passed third grade.
You're breaking up. Are you saying that a triangle doesn't have 3 equal sides?
Well, an equilateral triangle does.
Not all of them do, but you're speaking about the category or the general properties of a triangle, and you said they have 3 equal sides. They don't. Not all of them do, sir.
Oh.
Okay, so you passed third grade. Great job.
Come on, guys. Triangles, really?
Well, that's what Donald said. What do you think of his argument? He said that you would know that the Earth is a globe if you understood the math of third grade triangles.
Oh, no, third grade math. Third grade math, not triangles. Whoa.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Third grade math, what they're going to say about triangles in third grade.
I'm scared.
3 sides. A triangle's a shape with 3 sides. That's really it.
So can you use it to ascertain that the world's a ball? The third grade knowledge of triangles.
Probably.
Okay, well, nobody else knows what the hell Donald's talking about. So I guess according to him, nobody passed third grade, not even his Glober friends.
But wait a second. But you can see a satellite from Earth. Yeah?
Well, go take a picture of one and then tell us what it means.
What do you mean what it means?
What are we supposed to make it at? You saw a light in the sky and what?
Okay, get this, right? There's a point on Earth where the furthest point from Earth is very far. I have to bring up Google Maps. The part of the world. It's actually got a name. It's between Australia and South Africa. It's the furthest human beings. It's
isolated
between the Indian Ocean, down between the Indian Ocean and Antarctica. That's the
You're
furthest.
talking about the most isolated place, aren't you?
Yeah, isolated. Yeah, from any human being. So if you were to go there, right, where there's no human beings, and look up at the night sky, because no planes fly over that. Okay, because it's literally in the middle of nowhere. No plane has any, route along that path. They just don't go there. If you would look up, you see the satellites. And if they're not satellites, they're UFOs moving in the night sky. So either one or the other, if you were to go there.
There's lots of stuff in the sky.
But how come there's more shit moving now because of the Starlink internet than ever before? And you can see a crisscrossing pattern now. You can literally see the grids in the night sky, like the Starlink constellation.
So do you realize you answered your own question?
No. Am I?
No.
I'm going to be quiet. I'm going to get destroyed. I'm scared.
Okay. No. Think about this, right? You just asked, how come there are more shit in the sky because Starlink satellites are there?
Because
did anybody hear that? Did everybody hear that, or did I hallucinate or something?
There's more shit in the sky because there is satellites in the sky? Is that what you're pretty much getting at?
He asked, how come there are more shit in the sky because there's satellites?
It's the way that Australians talk, okay? We talk you the question and then give the answer. It's the toilets flush backwards here. Give me a break.
All right.
It's false.
Yeah, that's another globe claim that's not true.
To be honest, I'm more than happy to just listen and not get banned.
No one's gonna ban you, dude. Well, the reason Donald's on the auto-ban list is because he's a known troll who's been doing it for years.
If I may on that, I know we're about 2-3 days away from Speculation Sunday, that while there's dead air or whatever, I'm willing to wager that Donald is Brenda without the wig on.
You know what? That's actually a good shout.
Donald talks too fast.
I have a hard time not hearing it.
Can't stand either of them.
What's Speculation Sunday? Is that a joke I don't know about, or is that a flat earther thing? Something happens on a Sunday to the flat earthers?
Yes,
Okay,
speculation.
I'll explain it real fast. Flat earthers don't really have the liberty to just talk shite out of our ass, right? Because when we bring something up, we want to be like as truthful as possible because we're truth seekers. So we limit ourselves to speculating to only 1 day a week. That way, if somebody the other 6 days a week is just talking shite and speculating about, the fabric of space-time or some stupid shit like that, we call that shit out. Whereas the Globers will be like, oh yeah, space-time, like 7 days a week. Love me some space-time.
They won't even call it speculation.
Yeah, they're like, oh, that's science.
What you've done there, mate, you've correlated the Sabbath with a religious figure and you've made it your own. But instead of resting, you're like exerting yourself with all the built-up stress of having an open mind. And so I see what you've done there. It kind of fits the sort of Abrahamic religions and makes your whole cult-like seem deeper and more pure. It's a good move. I like that. I like how you chose Sunday of all days.
Saturday.
Well, it depends on what you believe in, man. Some people do Saturdays or Sundays, and you could fight about it, but it's still the weekend.
So that's what he heard.
Should we just pretend that it could possibly be a Friday, and we could talk about it on a Friday, like now?
This guy. I just said something, and he heard what he wanted to hear. Like, oh, so you're Abrahamic?
Yeah.
No. It's not like it's not like the
He
Jews.
hears what he wants. He hears what he wants.
But the New Testament beholds the Old Testament. See how they did that? They kind of dragged in from what people already were established with, so that they could bring in a New Testament. You guys are kind of doing the same thing with this whole
Dude,
1
you're
day a
making
week.
my eye twitch. All I said was flat earthers don't like to speculate 7 days a week. We like to limit our speculations around here.
Yeah, we like to keep the point solid.
I'm not surprised at all because
we like to say irrefutable stuff.
Lose the club.
Yeah, we like to say irrefutable stuff because we already have enough people going against us.
I mean, if we dubbed it Speculation Saturday, this guy would say, "Oh, you're Abrahamic religion guy who thinks that the Sabbath is on Saturday, and you're doing the same thing on Saturday because you want to get like Jesus, fuck, man, come on."
That's speculation right there. Save it for Speculation Sunday.
Yeah, save it.
Yeah,
fair enough. I thought you said Sunday, to be honest.
Save it. Yeah, bring it back on Sunday.
Yeah, bring it back on Sunday. That would be better, I reckon. Yeah, so it is Sunday. So Sunday is the day of talking freely of potential ideas of creation and whatnot.
Yeah, speculation.
Regards to specifically the flat Earth.
Okay. So it's still locked into the flat Earth.
Yeah.
So it's not really free thought, is it? It's still kind of grounded to
well, it's a curated channel.
Yeah.
It's not about a belief system. It's about the topic of the channel. It's like, would you go on a radio show and just be like, so I can't just speak freely? I can't just say whatever I want? It's like a curated show with a specific topic, and you're just going to go and talk about like tennis balls or something?
Well, do you think that flat Earth and the idea of creation and human being quite unique in our perspective is something that's related or not? Because if you don't think it's related, then that's quite naive.
Yeah, it's related to it, sure. So save it for
that's
Sunday.
What I was talking about, man. Abstract thoughts along those sort of lines. So you have 1 day a week where you can kind of explore those possibilities, but the other times you don't want to talk about it. You just want to talk about flat Earth.
Today's the day of the week that I need your scientific globe proof.
Yeah, sir, keep it in check there. The intersection between one topic and another, right? That's the tendency. Like whatever You know, if you're gonna accuse, like someone of, you can't just talk about creation whatever on Sunday, speculative. Well, you can, but try and keep that dialogue within the intersection of how that relates to the topic at hand. You know what I mean? Like it's
yeah. I got you. You just kind of dial it down a little bit.
Just don't cry over spilt milk. Come on.
Don't dial a little bit down on a Sunday. Have a little bit of bandwidth there, perhaps. To talk about maybe something that would otherwise be like, what the fuck are you talking about on any other day?
So, wait a second. Then when are they launching the rockets out of the planet? Where are they all going? Like, where and all this, and to the flat earthers? What are they launching out of space? Is it just empty? Like, I don't get that.
Well, they stay within the system because it's a closed system, so no matter leaves. You have gas pressure here, so the gas can't leave, so a rocket can't leave. So it's all within the system. Everything they're doing.
Do you know where every lost plane ended up, like MH17 and MH370? Because if you know where things are going, we don't. But we shouldn't, because you don't either.
But how come SpaceX has launched hundreds of rockets within a year? What's the point of them launching the rockets within a year? Like shitloads of rockets. I don't get it. Where are they going?
A lot of money.
But would that be human stupidity to
sending shit into the sky? Well, it's not as if they can't put things in the sky. They can still put stuff in the sky, as far as I know.
In what sky? What, like orbits?
One outside,
So say there's a human on that spaceship, but they're so small they look across the valley and it's in that spaceship and it's flat, and they go, well, obviously the world is flat because everything is flat and everything comes down on us. But it's
like, imagine if you were told as a kid that Santa Claus isn't real. And your challenge was, well, there's presents under everybody's tree every Christmas. How could it be anything else?
There's just other ways that presents get there.
Right,
just because a rocket goes into the sky doesn't mean it has to go to outer space.
Things that we can look at that we don't have to rely on off-Earth observation to do.
So where are the rockets going then? That's what I get. You didn't answer that. Where are they going?
Into the sky.
That's a good question. That's a good question. But it's kind of your side that kind of claims that it's going into space.
Can't go there.
That's the point to my
closed
response,
system.
Like you don't know where all the planes that disappear end up. So let's just go to the same place.
Well, not many planes have disappeared, really.
Yeah, but enough.
So does anybody know the rocket graveyard? Anybody heard of that? It's in the South Pacific somewhere.
Yeah, no, it's in the Indian Ocean. It's between South Africa and Australia. In between them two in a triangular formation to Africa.
Right, okay.
So already had the answer.
There we go. So the rocket graveyard.
Wait a second, or mistaken, and it's between South Africa and Argentina down towards Africa. I know it's one of them two slots because it's the biggest open ass ocean ever, and there's no human beings around it. And that's where they deliberately crash satellites, is actually where they are to go and die. Okay. They deliberately cause things to crash into that part of the ocean.
This place that you know about, that's called the rocket graveyard, where satellites go to die, is where all of the stuff goes to. You've already answered
the question.
It's near South Georgia and the South Sandwich Islands. I think that's where it's in between there.
Yeah, right down off Antarctica where no one can sail freely. Isn't that interesting?
I'm not sure. I think it's at the Atlantic Ocean or the Indian Ocean. I'm not sure.
The South Sandwich, dude, is right off the right-hand bottom peninsula of South Africa, but it's much closer to Antarctica than South Africa. South of the Falklands.
But then if you get that island and then go all the way over again to towards South Africa and down a bit, that's like a dead zone right there.
So can I ask if you know that? I don't know this, but do they reclaim like the satellites that they crash intentionally and know where they're going? Do they send out reclamation teams?
No, they don't. They leave them there, and there's actually research being done on them because they're radioactive satellites, and there is been research done on the effects of the ocean.
So if we send up enough, we'll know a real good idea about Mars, and having ruined the planet, we'll have to go there. Yeah, I see the logic. Not.
No one said that the satellites are going to ruin the planet.
It's just funny that they're irradiating the ocean to.
No, they're not. They're just studying.
TV show.
They're just making sure that it's not.
Okay.
Like, would you rather them just be like, it's not, and not even like question whether that's a possibility or not?
Well, what practical gain has space exploration given people besides pictures?
Well, I mean, if Elon Musk knew that the world was flat, he probably would know whether there is a purpose to leave this flat plane to go to another flat plane, maybe perhaps because this plane's about to blow up, or, they probably have more information than you or me or anyone here.
Maybe.
But
maybe it's one word.
With flat earthers, do flat earthers believe that other planets are flat, or they round and spin? That's my question.
There are no other planets because Earth isn't a planet.
Always comes back down to a circle, though, right?
Yeah, so other planets would be begging the question that Earth's a planet, and that's the thing that we're saying is that it's not.
Why, though? I mean, I'm more down for a flat Earth, but like...
Because what's a planet?
It's a ball, bro.
Yeah, there you go. There's one thing the Earth isn't, so immediately you've already ruled it out being a planet.
Well, what's a planet to you, man?
That's not what it is to me. It's a light in the sky that doesn't move together with the constellations.
Okay.
So does the Earth move?
Is the sun round?
How the hell do you know it doesn't move when you've got no
the solar disk
of where you're moving or like where you're moving?
I don't
at
experience any motion.
It does move if all motion is relative in your own worldview.
Everything outside's moving.
Hey, did you hear what I said?
You don't move.
Did you hear what I said? How do you know the Earth is moving if all motion is relative in your own worldview?
Do you know what like phase frequency is? And,
bro, that is a
modulation.
Sounds like a red herring.
Obviously, there's waves within a wave, and when it's traveling within that same wave beam, overlap with other microbes, everything's going to look like it's staying still, but it's moving.
Oh, so is everything going to look like it's staying still if it is staying still?
Well, technically, nothing is staying still, but yes, from our perspective,
so
of course, because if
it
wasn't, then we wouldn't know how to attain life because everything would be going too much over.
How do you tell the difference?
So you'd have to get into a laboratory and really study frequency and understand that everything has energy and is always consistently moving. And then otherwise you would have to see the other side of it where you look around the room and you see that your bed's not moving and you go, well, it's not moving. Like it's not moving to me, which is good enough because I can sleep on that bed knowing that I'm going to wake up tomorrow in the same spot. So it depends on where you're kind of coming with movement.
So it sounds like the Earth moving is just like philosophical mumbo jumbo, basically. For all intents and purposes,
What you're saying is like pretty standard, ignorant human behavior. I am on a flat surface, therefore everything is flat. Like that to me is pretty primitive.
I never even said that. It's a straw man. I'm talking about motion, you goof.
Yeah, what you on about?
Dude, I'm talking about. We just talked about motion. We established that everything's in motion.
No, we didn't.
How did we establish everything is in motion?
Well, if everything wasn't in motion, there would be no energy to project the energy necessary for life to be here.
Does that mean we're spinning around and orbiting?
Nothing in and of itself. So yes, everything is in movement.
Salad. That's just word salad.
Well, I'm sorry, that's just what the consensus of every scientist and physician has ever said in journals and scientific outcomes. So maybe you need to maybe step outside of the cult sort of.
All right. So how do you know that the Earth is orbiting and rotating? Go ahead.
It's going to be very detrimental to people who find out that there's.
Just how do you know that? The things that I mentioned. Please just address that. Thanks.
You're talking about how everything is in motion? You want me to explain?
Yeah.
No, I made a very specific. Well, I asked a very specific question about specific motion. How do you know the Earth is orbiting and or rotating? Whatever sort of motion that you think that it's undergoing. How do you know?
Well, the fact of the matter is we don't know anything.
Thank you. I'm done. Thanks.
But we have to choose the best possible rational outcome of what we can see and test, which is called recircular pattern.
But why would they lie to us?
It's called science.
No, it's not.
Why?
You don't know what science is.
Hang on.
Science is about finding patterns that we can predict, and when we see that in our reality, we kind of use that as a model, and then we kind of
You don't know what a scientific experiment is, do you?
and then we kind of yeah, I do, because we're doing a scientific experiment.
Give me a hypothesis. Tell me what it is then.
It's basically when you can say, if I mix this with that, and the outcome will be this. So I'll use an experiment and try and find a way to see if there is a pattern or a consistency, so therefore I can build upon that, and then maybe in the future we'll be doing the same thing but with another systematic approach for the same subject.
No,
so it builds
I don't think you really quite get it. You're almost there, but not quite.
We all know what an experiment is. And what you're doing here is an experiment with this flat Earth, and it's been taken off for the last 6 years. And you're doing a good job. Cool.
Forrest, check this out. Given everybody knows what an experiment is, a scientific experiment, can you break down what the components of an experiment are without looking it up? Now,
you would have a control, and you'd have the testing, the one that's been tested, and then you'd have the observer.
You're one layer too deep on that. Start from the beginning. In chronological order, what are the steps?
Okay. Come up with a theory.
Wrong. That's the last thing you do.
Yeah.
Okay. So what makes you think about doing the experiment in the first place?
You observe a phenomenon.
Thank you.
You observe a phenomenon. Okay. So there you go. All right. So we're on this planet. It's flat. This is odd. I'll double check if it's not.
Hold on. Now you're presupposing a conclusion.
Yeah. Dude, what's the purpose of this?
It's natural observed phenomenon, not natural imagined
Yeah. Like,
thing.
that's basically what you guys are doing. You guys go, oh, look, it's flat.
Sir,
I'm just trying to parse out the scientific method right now, dude. Try to focus. God.
Sure. You're all over the place.
You're getting real specific on something that's trivial about the idea of it.
Well, you're waffling, dude. You're talking about science and stuff, and we're just showing that you don't even know what that is.
And by we
no
know
scientist knows everything. It doesn't know everything.
You don't even know what science is, let alone everything. So we're good. Don't worry.
So how do you even know what you're standing on?
Sir. Check this out. You're using the term "we."
How do you even know?
Sir, can you let me finish? Can you let me finish? You're using the term "we know this," but you can't articulate.
Consensus-wise, dickhead.
Consensus or definition?
Main scientific journalism outcomes of experiments that have been undertaken for hundreds of years, coming to the conclusion that we're on a planet. That's mainstream media. That's when I say we as a collective, because you guys are outcasts. That's what I mean. We.
Needs more Adderall. Too unfocused.
I mean, we're individuals.
Yeah, so to be hyper-specific, you might ought to...
I love how you guys become psychologists now.
Sir. To be hyper-specific, right, you ought to potentially change that term "we" to "they," because you are not included... based on what you're saying now, you don't seem to be included in that group based off of your lack of ability to actually articulate the knowledge that you...
But isn't everything that we think is a belief, though? I believe. So then I'm part of that consensus. I'm part of that mainstream consensus. I believe in their outcomes. Maybe I'm not the actual scientist, because most of us are not scientists here, and if they claim to be, then that's fucking sad, because I believe you're in your mum's basement as we speak. But I do honestly think that we is a collective.
How come someone
why
hasn't
are you so
gone?
fixated on that? If you feel offended and you want to be...
All right, that's enough. Let's hear the other guy's question.
I'd just like to, just a quick question. How come no rich millionaire hasn't made an expedition on a big vessel now with modern boats and just sailed to the edge of the ice wall and said, okay, you go this way and we'll go that way and sail around. And if the Earth is round, wouldn't they bump into each other when they go around the Arctic pole? The meet?
No. I appreciate your hypothetical, but no matter where people travel, the Earth is going to be measured flat.
Yeah, it's okay. Let's say it's flat because it's flat, but aren't they going to meet? Didn't they just do a circle around the? I don't understand. I don't think I'm smart enough for this.
Okay.
And then here's another question then. Why is it, what's the reason for the governments in the world to keep it a secret that the world is flat? I don't get that bit. I
don't know why powerful people would lie.
I mean, they lie about the banking system.
It's not,
I mean, that's just
not
made
a secret.
up.
It's not a secret. You can't chuck a blanket over the ocean, man. It's too.
There's gaslight. I don't know. Maybe they're.
But if a boat goes in one direction and a boat goes in the other, and I don't get it. And if they do it at the top pole and the bottom of the poles, and they use a GPS to track it, I don't get it. Isn't it obviously a round thing, a sphere? I don't know.
If it's round, right? Take a dinner plate, put 2 fingers on one end, and then go east-west around the thing, and your fingers will meet up again, right? It's called circumnavigation. What's the problem? Oh, you mean if they go north-south, and then if they maybe try and meet up? Oh, interesting. You know, can you cite anyone who's actually done that north-south circumnavigation? That'd be interesting.
Look at it this way. Sooner or later, there's going to be a rich billionaire that believes in flat Earth and is going to spend some form of money to send people in different directions and GPS it. And surely, I don't know.
Way to not answer the question. Good job.
I tell you what, but I find it interesting that the whole flat Earth thing is definitely interesting because I just find it interesting. I don't know. Maybe I'd like to listen to people debating, but I just find it interesting. I believe the Earth is round, and I can't.
Why?
I think I just think you guys need medication or something. I don't know. Like,
because we're thinking for ourselves. We need like poisonous pharmaceuticals that have to be regulated so people don't overdose and kill themselves. Really? Because we're speculating about cosmology and doing research and trying to stick to the science and what we could prove.
Well, I mean, if your brain. Yes, sir. Go ahead, Larry.
Then how does high tide and low tide work? How does high tide and low tide work about the moon?
Okay,
because
you probably don't understand that in order to say that something is causing something, you have to manipulate that thing, turn it on and off, right? So if you say the moon is causing it, how do you stop the moon's gravity to find out if it was actually causing it? You can't. So it's not scientific. But you think it's scientific because you learned about it in a class that they called science class from a government school. But it's not actually scientific. You don't know that. It's just a story. But if you could stop the moon's gravity and the tides did stop, That would be really good evidence that the moon's gravity causes the tides. But can you stop the moon's
We're supposed to have an extra one now, so maybe we'll have even higher tides now that we've got two.
Can you manipulate the moon's gravity, or can you even prove that the moon has gravity?
What part's gravity?
The extra moon is only 33 feet big. It's not going to do anything. The meteorite isn't that big.
Don't worry about it. I was just taking the piss anyway, man. It's all good.
Which I actually think that extra moon, so-called moon, is actually an alien spaceship, and I believe that Elon Musk is launching this week. He's launching Starship to go up to grab it and to bring it back into Earth's atmosphere, because I've heard that the engines on the spaceship aren't working, so they don't have heat shields because they can actually lower their speed.
Can you address what I just said about manipulating the moon's gravity to see if they actually cause the tides? Correlation is not causation, right? Do you know that?
Okay, maybe they could do that by a computer simulation to prove that theory.
No, you need experimentation for science, not simulation. So let's say that you get a cold, right? And you take Tylenol, and the cold goes away. Can you safely say that the Tylenol cured the common cold? No, of course not. Because correlation is not causation. Correct?
Yes, Master.
No, I mean, this is like common sense.
Call him Daddy.
No. Don't do that. Up is the same time as ice cream sells. I have a theory. Maybe the sharks like the taste of ice cream. Yes, it does. Right? But then someone might say, no, Larry, this is a correlation. The ice cream sales isn't causing the shark attacks. What's going on is it's summertime and people are trying to escape the heat. So they do so by going swimming and buying ice cream. Do you see what I'm saying? Correlation is not causation.
Just say no. I dare you.
Yes.
That's not even a good example of correlation, doesn't it?
I don't know, but
it's not a good example. Hold on, stop. Time out, Australia. Why is it not a good example?
That's not a good example. That is causal.
Why?
You just gave a causal relationship. A good example would be something like record sales and like pineapples being bought. Which, by the way, you can find like record sales of Lady Gaga correlated with pineapples bought. It has nothing to do with each other, right? You gave a causal explanation for why ice cream sales.
Shark attacks have gone up.
I mean,
continue on with the new guy.
That was legitimate. You can't mute somebody for that. The fuck?
I don't want to talk anymore because you're making me realize that I'm just dumb as a human being.
No, bro, you're not dumb.
And I don't want to.
You're not dumb.
Man.
You're not dumb, bro. You just didn't know, right?
Prove why my wife wants to leave me, doesn't love me.
Oh, bro, what the fuck? You're not dumb, bro. You just didn't know. There's a difference between ignorance and stupidity.
Yeah, there's an argument to be made that your intelligence level is not based off of the information that you hold. It's about the ability to ask the right questions. And you seem to be doing that, going off a little bit, but you have that capacity, it seems. Right? So you're on the right track, man.
God exists in amongst all this. Still. Wow.
Yeah, most people are too stupid to realize they're stupid, so you got a chance here.
Yep.
Did someone say ontological primitives?
We can if you like.
I did earlier.
Off topic though.
I just want to be the greatest bikini designer in the world. That's my ambition.
We're all rooting for you, mate.
Yeah, good luck, bro.
They're all going to be see-through.
Well, don't try to sell those in Mecca. You'll be okay.
Then do satellites exist to a flat earther? If they can go up there?
Satelloon.
I don't get it. What are they doing with all the rockets that they're sitting out of space in? I know I asked that question, but
I think there's tech. I think there's tech in the sky. Yeah.
What, hovering in the sky, in the atmosphere?
I don't know the mechanics or the mechanisms of all of it, but I think that, yeah, there's stuff in the sky for sure.
The stuff in the sky.
Technology, yeah.
But it's perpetually falling around the Earth. That's questionable.
One of the earliest technologies that is said to put things up into the sky was balloons. NASA still used that relatively cheap method to put things up into the sky. So when I say things, I mean payloads. These will be equipment like weather surveillance, communications, like retransmitting and so on. So they've been doing that for at least, well, since the 1950s. Balloons on tethers have been going up into the sky for hundreds of years, right? Well, about 100 anyway. So
yeah, the 1860s. Sorry, bro, just real fast. They had a military campaign to send up satelloons or balloons with cameras on them during the Civil War in the United States in the 1860s. Sorry, please continue.
No, I appreciate that, man, because you're on point. So yeah, we've been sending balloons up into the sky for ages. The technology is very good. The balloons are very big. They're also invisible as well. They blend in with the sky. You might get reflections off of those at night time, for example. One of the earliest communication balloons you might know is Echo 1 and Echo 2, launched by relayed a signal after bouncing it off of the balloon. That's what they did. So there's lots of technology in the sky, dude. It doesn't need to be fantastical, but the technology has improved, and there's other solar-powered ability these days to keep things in the sky for a very long time. The other thing about balloons is they travel along known weather patterns, so known corridors of wind that move in the atmosphere, Gulf streams, and all of these types of things. So high altitude paths of wind move balloons around in, let's say, circular motions, and definitely known paths, dude.
Hobbyists have made homemade. They've made homemade rockets before. Hobbyists have, and they've launched them up with a GoPro, and you can see the curvature of the Earth, and they're just generalized people, backyard hobby people.
Do you know any backyard hobby person who's shown a complete picture of the Earth, or even more than like just something that shows the ground or the horizon?
Some of them have got pretty high into the stratosphere.
I mean, it seems like the claim is consistently, oh, just go a little bit further, the curve is there. No, a little bit further and you'll see the curve. Look, sorry that you can't go any further and you can't see the curve yet, but if you could just go a little bit further, I swear to God, you'd see the curve very, very obviously, instead of trying to infer it from the degrees of bend on a flat plane from a lens which is curved, you know? It's very, very simple.
I was going to ask a question along those lines. So have you ever seen these videos from the beginning to the end of the launch?
What videos? What videos, Bill?
These hobbyists with GoPros.
I've seen a few.
Okay. In the beginning of the video, do they ever have the rocket on the ground first?
Yeah, you see it launch.
Or do all the video. Okay, they do launch. Okay. Have you ever taken a good look at the have you ever taken a good look at the ground and the way it's shaped in the video before the thing is launched?
You're going to say because it's distorted, because it's stretched.
I'm asking you.
Yeah, some cameras do a wide shots.
Okay. So have you not seen this presented as such? Because if you have, that's indicative that the supposed curve that you're seeing, is an artifact of the camera itself, i.e., the lens. Right. So if it's presented to you as such, and you don't seem to recognize that, you ignore that part, but then it's in the air and you see the ground curving only when it's high up in the sky, and you claim, "Oh, it's my curvature." Well, you're neglecting a critical amount of data there before you assess your conclusion. Now, if you haven't seen that, I wouldn't blame you. But by knowing the specs of GoPros, right? They're known to be fisheye lenses.
Yeah,
right?
I hear
So
what
you
you're
have
saying.
you have 2 bits of information there. Do you check it out yourself? Don't trust me.
No, I understand. I've seen people on Facebook with the round lens, and it warps things and makes things circular, even on
Okay.
flat ground.
Okay, so if you already know that, then what's the problem? What's the question? Yeah, think, sir.
Do you think the general sciences is usually better than actual knowledge of the tangible sciences? And that's why you have trouble with these basic questions? I mean, I did too before I spent years actually studying observable sciences instead of non-observable sciences that can all be done on paper with math.
Before I leave the channel, because my brain is hurting being in this channel, all right? Maybe because it's inferior, but do you guys believe that we landed on the moon then, as flat earthers?
No, bro. It's just something you saw on TV.
Some might, but I don't.
I don't know of any flat earthers that think we landed on the moon.
Honestly, it's where a lot of people start, and they say, okay, if I accept that they're maybe lying about the moon, maybe they're lying about the fact that it's a ball too. A lot of people start from that precept.
Well, I think that they're lying about the moon. I will agree with you all. Well, that's my opinion. I think that we never landed on the moon. But I can't digest all the other things that you guys are saying. I can't.
Bro, where do you think the first image of the Earth as an object floating in space came from? Halfway to the moon, turned around and looked at the Earth as an object. So...
And here's the thing, that Universal Studios logo where the plane flies around the Earth, that existed before they went up there. So they were already presenting you a ball, which you know was made in a studio to make the Universal thing, right? And it's gone through, like, if you watch like a 75th anniversary of Universal Studios at the start of the movie, it goes through all the evolutions of this logo into the blue marble, but it predates the idea itself, and the picture itself predates any actual going off the planet.
Predates 1969.
Yeah, the ball Earth imagery. Yeah, it does.
Wondering what is it about your natural experience of reality that you find so incredulous and hard to believe? I mean, it's just what you observe and experience, right?
I mean, yeah, Only because I'm very religious, and it says in the Bible that the Earth is round and it's a sphere.
This is a bombshell. Did
Which
you
Bible
mention
are
this
you talking
before?
about? Which Bible are
I
you
was looking for it. The New World Translations.
Okay. Yeah. The only one that I'm aware of is the Catholic Douay Rheims version, where there's actually a term, I forget which verse and all that stuff, where the term globe is actually used, as opposed to, in other translations, the word world.
Drake video where they grab milk jugs and purposely fall down and slam them onto the ground, and then milk jugs would.
Thank you very much. Right? So that's my experience. There's only one version. But if there are others and they're newer, they are newer translations, well, that's indicative of something, right? The older ones,
I'm looking for it now.
they don't. Yeah, you might be able to find it with a quick Google search. I never got around to it. I saw it in I think it was a film at Larry. You brought it up, right? The Helios Sorcery, very very good kind of historical documentary type of thing, and the guy mentions it, right? But
Yes. P.S. Round and flat aren't mutually exclusive. By the way.
Hey guys, I need a favor.
No.
Yes.
Good
yeah.
lord.
Yeah. I was wondering, TV Nobby, if you are that religious and you appeal to scriptural text, particularly Abrahamic or Hebrew. Right? The people that wrote that text, well, it's understood academically, right? They had a view of the universe as being they're living upon a flat and motionless planar realm that's enclosed, like a dome structure maybe, right? That was their view of cosmology. So you have to tell us that though they thought that was the case, they chose to write in the text something that was antithetical to that. No, they didn't. Like Nick was saying, you're going to find some really horrible translations out there. Attempts at translations, they just are basically shitting on the author's original language.
And something that I found kind of interesting was those who actually do the translations, right? So it seems they seem to have got kind of lazy, right? Because the one that I was referring to, the Douay Rheims, right? There's only one instance of the term that's actually translated into the word globe, at least as far as I've seen, right? And that's found in, I think it's in a New Testament verse. Yet they never bothered to go back to Genesis 1 and rearrange the terminology, right, from using the word firmament, right, to something else that would actually adhere to that, right? So they, in one book, right, or in one version of the Bible, I should say, in the beginning it says one thing, and then later on in the book it says something else. They can't coexist, as far as I know, unless, of course, they're presenting a cosmology wherein the quote-unquote globe Earth actually has something firm around it, which goes against what is claimed today in modern-day quote-unquote science. Right? So there's something fishy there. You gotta think about these things, man.
Yeah, I'm gonna post an old newspaper article. Because the school will have you believe that we've known for thousands of years, like before Christ, that the Earth was a globe. Damn, I just put that in a bigger folder. Give me a second. It might take me a second to find it. If I can find it before I get kicked off. Yeah, but you can go back and look chroniclingamerica.gov, which is all the old newspapers, and you can search the terms flat Earth, and you can see like all throughout the 1900s people talking about the flat Earth thing. So it's not like everybody just bought onto it and flat Earth was like a new idea. Am I still on?
So
You're still live, Larry.
I just had those newspaper clippings.
Here's a question while people are reading, right? To deal with the appeal to authority fallacy, should knowledge be governed? Like ever?
Knowledge should be set free.
Right, I mean, we have separation of powers, right? But they've never separated the pursuit of knowledge from the powers of government. And that's how they generate the mainstream narrative. They can't do that with religion anymore. Can't do that with a lot of things.
Alright, so I just posted like an old newspaper clipping. Check it out for yourself.
What are we talking about? Flat Earth?
Yes.
That's crazy.
It's crazy? You're in a flat Earth room. You asking that question and being surprised by that answer, that's what's crazy.
That's crazy.
Hey guys, check this out. I decided to actually confirm what I was saying before. Just posted 2 links in the chat. Right. Turns out that indeed in the Douay-Rheims version, the verse Isaiah 1 something, was it 1? Yeah, excuse me, Isaiah 40:22. Right. There's one instance of the word globe in the entire text, wherein in the King James there's none. Now we can say, oh, maybe the search engine, right, that's doing the lookup is faulty, right? That could be argued. I haven't actually checked what Isaiah 40:22 is in any of the other books, but I do find this interesting evidence, let's say.
I mean, maybe if you're like super religious or something, I don't think the Bible's like good evidence for like science and shit. Like if the science said that something is wrong, I would just say, oh, the Bible's wrong.
Sir, you just jumped in, right? Do you know
Yeah,
that?
you don't know the context.
Right? Yeah, you're missing the entire context, sir.
Sorry.
The argument was not, oh, the Bible is scientific and let's go by everything what the Bible says. It's not what was being said.
I'm sorry.
I'd like to do some correction. I was wrong. The Bible does not say that the Earth is not. That was misinformation. I found some research here. It says in Job 26:7, he stretches out over the northern sky, over empty space, suspending the earth upon nothing. So that doesn't say anything about around Earth, does it? It just says
sort of
that the
says
Earth
that some people once imagined that God went all the way so far down below the ground that he came out at the bottom and there was nothing there. And that's where he created the magic stability plane or something like that. But
But what happens is people kind of read into what they already believe with like modern eyes. So they read something and they kind of read into the text with like confirmation bias. So
Yeah.
you got to be aware of reading ancient manuscripts and understand the historicity of the text.
And here's the perfect example, right? So I just took a second. In the Douay-Rheims version, like I said before, it uses the word globe. In the King James, in the same verse, it uses the word, check this out, circle. Now, I find it interesting how someone doing this translation can go from a 2D shape to a 3D shape with a single term, with no other kind of reference to justify that. Interesting.
And here's another interesting thing I also found, that they were talking about science in the Bible. This is Job 36, 36, 27 to 28. This is, he draws up the drops of water, they condense into rain from his mist, then the clouds pour it down, they shower down upon mankind. So that's science in the Bible. So what that's saying is the Bible does have accurate knowledge, but yeah,
Yeah, in other parts it says clay does not bond with iron. So yeah, there is scientifically true statements in the Bible.
Or at least what? I can't hear anything. Day, you're hot, man.
All right, dude.
But at the very least, right, we can say that the Bible takes a first step down what we would now call the scientific method, in that it has instances of observation, right? Description of phenomena that can then be processed further in, further steps that align more with what we call the scientific method, right? Forming a hypothesis, doing experimentation, controlled and uncontrolled variables, et cetera, conclusions, blah, 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 right? But it certainly takes the first step, which in my humble opinion is not bad for an ancient text,
I just put a thing in chat anyway, and it just has, it's a quick video about Noah making observations. This is it only goes for like 40 seconds. It's a little quick video about the Earth being a circular or round. It doesn't say sphere, it just says round, and then it brings up Isaac Newton, I think, towards the end. That's the only thing.
But yeah, in here we don't use the Bible normally, but the guy was saying that his foundation is the Bible, and the Bible was saying that, he was saying the Bible was a globe earth book, and we were correcting him. That was the, pretext of the conversation. So, yeah, in here, flat earthers stick to geometry and science when applicable, but obviously the shape of something is not a scientific question.
But if you do
it's
type
more
in,
of a philosophy,
do type
isn't it?
in,
I appreciate because
type in biblical,
it does a good
do type
catalyst
in
for
biblical
double check.
cosmology into like a search engine, we'll get lots of information about their cosmological view of reality, what the universe was like. It's not a secret.
But yeah, I'm pretty sure its origins are all through the ancient philosophy schools being like adopted and recontextualized in different eras, and you had all these figures who looked up to these ancient philosophers who come out and tried to build on what they were just, subjectively speculating about the nature of reality. But it's interesting when you think about why they would do that. You know what I mean? It's like they had probably a contention against the cosmology they were being handed. So they're like, well, this doesn't match my observations of reality, so I need to kind of build an entire school of thought to found my understandings off of observations, right? So it was a long time before we worked out how to carry out valid observations.
I guess it's a conversation that's been going on since the beginning of time, like just from that video that I posted. Because in the video they said that many people have had conversations, even in the early primitive eras. So I guess it's just a hot topic. Like, yeah.
I mean, I think most of the ancient religions taught a flat cosmology with probably a firmament. And yeah, I mean, the point I'm now reiterating is like people don't like that, and they've never liked just believing what was being told to them because it's how everybody engages their faith or whatever. It's the state's view, so you have to adopt it. I think that's where it all began, having a contention with being handed the notion of reality and going, well, if I account for this or account for this, it might not be that, but it's what I'm saying. It was a long time before they stopped running off assumptions to do things like Eratosthenes and ancient Greek philosophers going, well, maybe it's a ball, because the Romans think it's flat, so screw them.
At least they stopped killing the people that were saying that the world was round around the Spanish Inquisition era.
All right, I gotta bounce. Catch you guys later.
Interesting talking to you guys. I'll come back another time. I'll leave you all to it.
Hey, Raiden, do you want to have a conversation about what you believe? Feel free to mic up, dude. Room is yours.
For 4 billion years.
Anybody here right now?
Yeah, I am.
So I was just thinking, right? Like, are you interested in finding like a way to track the impact? I mean, there's occasionally a survey that runs through. You know what I mean? Like, what's your position? Where are you on the scale of belief?
Okay, to track the impact that we're having in these channels.
Yeah.
Yeah, that might be good.
I think it'd be at least encouraging, and it'd give us something to show people who say, well, what possible impact could you have, you know? And it's like, well, here's the numbers.
How would you do it?
Possible impact Flutter would have would be submitting your work to any university, but then it would get scrutinized. So it will never have an impact.
It won't even get to the point of being scrutinized. It'll just be hand-wave dismissed.
It wouldn't.
Bullshit. Well, it made an impact on your life. You're here all the time.
I agree Flat Earth made an impact on my life.
I think it had a huge impact on my life, more than it would most people, because I used to walk around saying all kinds of stuff like, oh, I'm a reincarnated space alien. Yeah, I was a teenager.
I also was a teenager when I read about Flat Earth for the first time, and it kind of changed my hobbies, my interests, so it had an impact on me.
Yeah, so like it goes to what I was saying when the Globers were here earlier, And I brought up the point about how I know profoundly more about like observable sciences rather than unobservable science, or tangible sciences rather than intangible sciences. And just that alone, like it means quite a lot. You can apply the knowledge everywhere in your life. And just like the first change for me was, like I said, how I related to people. I basically fixed the way I related to people by adapting the way I approach life to things that I can back up.
Yes, that's true. It definitely kind of created a discussion about epistemology, about how you gather knowledge, and it made me think about this topic. It's not like I reevaluated my values about that, because I didn't even think about it previously. It rather made me establish it for the first time and think about it.
Yeah, the critical thinking aspect is really important, because if you start critically examining everything the government says with its parallel to the space agencies, right? Then you're going to question things that the media says instead of just taking it on evidence because you saw it on TV or they proved it with a video or a guy in a coat. You know, you're going to think deeply about what they said, why they want you to believe it, who that benefits, and how the hell they arrived at that from a way that you can't. And if you can, then you can either agree or disagree on your own merits. But people don't see the point of doing that much work on every piece of information they get, because they've crafted this information saturation system. It just means people go from point to point to point to point, don't ever look for connections anymore.
Yes, people just read not even an article, but even a title of article, just as created us with these clickbait space articles, and then intellectually masturbate. Ha ha ha! This is they either say that this is what happened and blindly believe it, or they completely dismiss it because how ridiculous it is, because of how the media made it sound ridiculous to gather views. But the actual thing, if you read the entire context, it's usually not how it would look just from the article title.
Right, or like the practical benefit of challenging things Globers say, they usually can't see that unless you point it out for them. Like a guy yesterday was saying that you can track the sun's exact position by referencing the opposite point of a comet's tail orientation. So my challenge to him was, is this something that's observable from Earth or only in space? And he says, well, because the sun's never going to be below you based on your belief, then it has to be based on spatial observation. But if there is some correlation between, say, drawing the opposite of the azimuth of the comet's tail, it might point to where the sun is on the Earth. It's just they don't carry it out from this perspective. So what he's saying could be true still. I don't have a way to prove it.
It is observable from the Earth, but there's easier way that doesn't require a comet, which is just the moon, for example. The direction of the illumination of the moon tracks the direction to the sun.
Yeah, but I mean, this was like hyper-specific information about the way a comet enters the solar system and then encounters the solar radiation, and it pushes around the comet and then tapers through the tail. So putting all of that together, you get the comet tail. But yeah, there's definitely something else going on if they're not in space when this is being observed. So what is that? I don't know, but there's like so many things that we think we know, and then when we work out that what we think we know doesn't play out, then we have to search for alternative explanations. And yeah, they expect us to have all these answers, but the fun thing to me is actually going and trying to find the answers, not pretending like, well, it's not this, so it's obviously this. And then you've still got very little to go on. So
yeah, but finding an answer is what you do if you don't have an answer. But if you have an answer, then you don't have any reason to find another answer unless you find some evidence that questions it and debunks it. Only then you need to find another answer.
You guys talking about the globe again? Because we do need to find another answer.
To what? To what
To the
question?
claim of curvature and motion.
Why would we need to find another answer to it?
Well, by your standards, if you said there is evidence of debunking, then you need to find another answer. Well, that's what we've got with the globe.
But we don't. I disagree with that premise.
So what evidence do you have of motion or curvature?
Of motion and curvature. Of the motion, it would be like a precession of a gyroscope, for example.
That's not direct evidence.
It is.
No, it's not. That's an assumption.
It is.
Pre-assumption.
It's not an assumption. It's an observation.
You're claiming that the drift on a gyro compass is caused by axial rotation, but you don't have any evidence for axial rotation, so it's an assumption.
I have.
So we don't have direct evidence of axial rotation.
This is the direct evidence. It's your line of reasoning is retarded because you basically want me to prove something before proving it.
No, you want me to, like you want me to pre-assume that the gyro compass is drifting due to axial rotation, yet we have no way to confirm axial rotation. So you're just pre-assuming.
Yeah, the way of confirming axial rotation would be the gyro compass or just the normal gyroscope. The Coriolis force, for example.
No, but you haven't verified the Coriolis force. There could be other reasons for the gyro precession, and you are discounting them because you have a belief system and you want to uphold that. But you haven't confirmed it, and you don't care about confirming it. You want to confirm your bias.
It's kind of like if you think about walking, yeah, you're walking all day is like your body's getting more and more sore because it's meeting constant resistance. It's trying to flatten it into the ground, and that's the tension in your muscles, which builds up like a heat in your system and experiences pain and tiredness. Yeah, I mean, it's like very simple to say that like when you have this gyroscopic compass, it's resisting itself. You know what I mean? Like it's generating a lot of torsion within itself, and we know that's true of the body. We don't revert to the body's constantly. I mean, maybe they do say that like gravity is why you feel sore at the end of the day, but it's spinal compression. You know what I mean? It's the counteraction of the force that you use to walk. But they go far away from examining everything that's going on with the like single thing, in this case a body or a gyro compass, and then extrapolate some kind of universal force.
I didn't
exactly. Well said. He's saying there is more than one reason. You could go down another line of reasoning of why a gyro is precessing, but that was a very good example. That you can have angular momentum as a force balance or whatever, and it can create the precession of the gyroscope. You can also talk about etheric winds. We can talk about other hypotheses, but you don't want to talk about those. You just want to assume it's axial or rotation or Coriolis without any evidence of axial rotation or Coriolis.
I mean, you want to use a completely different method of getting knowledge. This is how science works. You don't firstly prove something and then you verify it.
So what's your other method?
You
what's
firstly
your other
guess
method?
it. Yeah, my
What's
method
your
is
other
that
method?
I'm trying to say it. Shut the fuck up. My method is that I firstly guess it, and then when I guess it, then after that I make predictions out of that.
It's
And
not a method of doing something.
This is a method. This is the scientific method.
Superman says you owe me $50,000, I guess.
You
So
have
is
a
that
hypothesis.
good? We good to go?
Before you actually prove it, you have a hypothesis. Then you
Well, I can write it down on paper too. Well, I can write it down on paper.
These predictions happen in
I can
reality.
have it peer reviewed.
It doesn't have an exclusivity. It doesn't mean that this can be the only factor, as the other person
Well, why are you
mentioned,
saying that's
but
the
it
only factor
increases the
then?
probability of it. Because it
Then
increases
why are
the
you saying it's
probability
the only
of it.
factor? What
Again,
does?
because
What
it increases
it?
the probability of it being
What
true.
does? What does? What increases the
The
possibility or the
the observ
probability?
the observations that we would expect to see on a rotating globe.
But you don't see it.
Observations
You've
that
just
you would
assumed it.
the observations you would expect to see on a rotating object would be saw on a rotating object. So in a lab, let's go get a rotating object and put some stuff on it. Now, do you want to take a peek at a real rotating object, or you just want to make shit up?
Yeah, and on that rotating object on the lab, we would observe all of the
Yeah.
effects that we also observe on Earth.
No, you wouldn't.
The Earth
No.
acts
Stop.
exactly in the way as we would expect the
Stop. No, you wouldn't.
rotating object to.
No. On a rotating object, the string will go out and away from the object. Do you see the string going away from Earth?
A string
No.
going. No, because
Yeah.
it has gravity.
What does?
But the Earth has gravity, but you
That
observe
hasn't been proven yet. Hasn't
It
been
has.
proven to be a ball. Hasn't been proven that stuff's going to the Chewy Gobstopper center, the center of gravity, which you don't even know what the fuck that means.
I know. I do.
No, you don't. What's the center of gravity inside of basketball?
The center of the basketball would be it.
The center of the
Assuming that it is
basketball, the
symmetrical.
center of gravity for a basketball. Is that what you're saying?
It would be both. The center
What
of
would
gravity
be?
would be the center of the basketball.
It
This
would be
guy's
the
like a
center
little.
where the air's at?
Yeah. Go
Unless you
ahead.
have more mass, the basketball would be more dense on one of the sides. Then it wouldn't be the same. But if it's symmetrical, it has the same mass distribution, then it would simply correlate with the center of the basketball, the geometric center.
I take a geo rock or I take a pipe, PVC pipe, and I throw it and it's spinning. Where's the center of mass?
A rock of a rock? It would depend on a rock because
No.
rocks can have different
A hollow object.
a hollow object.
Yeah, it's a hollow object. There's nothing inside of it except the air going through when you throw it like a pole. Now, where's the center of mass at? It cannot be inside the center.
What is the shape of the exterior of the object?
It's a round thing. I go to the fair. I get on it. It's called a. Thank you. It's called a gravitron. And when I stand in the middle, it doesn't even affect me. But when I stand on the edge, boy, it sure does keep me there. So the center of mass. How is it in the center? When?
So if it's a
At the
hollow
fairground.
object, but it's still
Yeah,
round,
the object rotating, you stick to the wall. But when you're in the center, you don't stick to any wall. You don't feel anything crushing you. That's when you feel the least amount of anything on you in the center. Now, why is that the fucking opposite of what you're saying right now?
because of the centrifugal force.
So where's the center of mass? Definitely not in the center. It would
Center
be
of mass doesn't have
exchanged. It would be exchanged or departed to the outside, right?
center of mass doesn't have anything to do with it.
It
You
would
have
be
a centrifugal force.
Now,
Centrifugal force pushes you outward of the axis of rotation, but on the Earth you
yeah, so
additionally
no
have
gravity, no center of mass. Thank
No,
you.
you have both.
So if
You
a
have both
baseball
at the
hits
same
you in
time.
the head, if a baseball hits you in the head, which part hits you, the center of mass or the fucking outside surface? Let me
The
know.
outside surface.
Side surface. So the center of mass doesn't leave itself at any point in time because it's more dense than the rest of the fucking marble or the baseball. The outside portion of the object, the potential that's imparted on your forehead, is from the fucking surface of the object that touches you, not the center. But go ahead, quit making shit up, please.
Okay, so if you have a rotating object, then you have a centrifugal force that will always push you outward of the axis of rotation. But on the Earth, you additionally have gravity that pulls you inward, and that gravity is stronger.
Brother, you just said
So the
you're
only
trying to
effect
prove things have a center of mass.
Oh,
In a
I'm
georock.
supposed to
Georock.
prove the center of
Where's
mass?
Yeah. You're talking about the center of mass for gravity, globes, center of mass, orbit. How the fuck do you find the center of mass for a georock that's hollow on the inside but hard on the outside?
You can find a center of mass. The center of mass is basically the point at which it appears like all of the forces act on that point. If you simplify this big object to just one point. So, for example, let's say we can all agree that
No,
an
the
object.
forces act on the outside of the object, not the
Can
fucking
I
inside
finish?
center.
Can I finish, please? When you, for example, throw something, it will have a parabolic trajectory approximately, like ignoring air resistance, all of these factors like that. It will have a parabola, like a projectile, for example. But if you have something that has like dimensions is irregular, like for example, I don't know anything,
like a pile of poop. Say you throw
Yeah,
a
for
pile of poop
example.
and it splits from one pile of poop where the center of mass was in the center. Now you cut it right there where the center of mass was. Now you have two centers of mass in each pile of poop that are magically, it's just converged magically and moved itself from one center focal point now to the center of two piles of poop. Isn't this some smart ass center of mass shit?
Yeah, like for example, that
Pun
pile of
not
poop.
intended.
That pile of poop though would have to be kind of hard in order to not break while it's shot in this thought experiment. But yeah, let's say it's a hard pile of poop, and so because it would be irregular, it wouldn't appear to have like a perfect parabolic trajectory. It would be kind of wobbling in air and doing some weird motions like spinning or whatever. But if you calculate mathematically where you would expect its center of mass to be, and then you point out that center of mass in some way, mark it, and you do that again, you throw it, then you will see that this center of mass would still trace a perfect parabola, even
Things
though
only have a parabolic trajectory in your fucking mind, and
Yeah.
only when they're a certain distance. Because if you're right next to me and I poke you in your eye upward at 33 degrees, that's not a fucking parabolic anything. I don't know where you guys get all these rules.
You can mathematically calculate the center of mass and then experimentally confirm that this is really the center of mass, because when you calculate the trajectory of something,
you can't calculate
then
the center.
this center of mass would be the only point in that irregular object
no such
that would
thing.
follow this
But
perfect
that
mathematical
out-
trajectory that you would expect. So if you just for simplification assumed this object is only this one single point, then it would work for the center of mass, but it wouldn't
And yet
work. That
again,
assumption
another
would work for other
assumption.
points. What is the assumption?
You just said if you assume.
Yes,
Interesting.
exactly.
Every time you keep rattling on stuff, it's always assume, presume, assume, presume. We
What's the
don't want
problem?
assumptions. We want verifiable proof.
Okay, the
Yeah,
precession.
Your belief
Embo.
system is just a calculation. That's all. Take a step back
Yeah,
and have a look at it.
Yeah, that's what we were saying in the first place, Embo. We're not attacking you. We're just telling you it's a pre-assumption. That's all. You've admitted it.
The center of mass isn't an assumption; it's a concept that is just defined.
A concept that you pre-assume in order to reify your belief, right? But there's no direct evidence.
Mass is literally an assumption. Like literally, it was an
Mass-
assumption before they tried to prove it, and then they've never been able to prove that it exists. So
Mass
it's
is-
still an assumption.
Mass is not an assumption; it's a concept. You can make
The
assumptions
assumption.
about mass, like a mass is negligible for some problem or whatever, but a mass is just a defined concept.
Right, but the assumption is that mass attracts mass. That's your assumption.
Yeah, this would be an assumption in this example that I gave, that the Earth has gravity, but this assumption can be again independently verified without just assuming it with the Earth.
Well, that assumption defeats the Glober paradigm, the Einsteinian paradigm of the solar system, and all that crap.
How?
Well, you know that Newton was superseded by Einstein, right?
Yes, he was.
Yeah, because Newtonian gravity is not compatible with a solar system or any of that. Maybe you have to come up with like a geocentric globe model or something now. I don't know.
It is to a big accuracy. When you talk about developing things on Earth, it's definitely compatible.
Doesn't matter. It can't be what's actually going on in reality if you live on a spinning ball in a solar system.
Well, you can't be sure that the Einsteinian concept is also what is going on with reality. We can only be sure that it worked in all of the cases, yet to the margin of error that we had in our measuring instrument. But maybe in the future we can produce a theory that is even better approximation of the reality.
It's just a mathematical description of what you believe is happening, and it has some pragmatic value.
Yes, basically.
It's not the actual physical nature of reality if you're in a solar system, and isn't that what we're talking about?
I agree that it doesn't have necessarily be the perfectly the same thing as what is happening in reality. It's an approximation of it using mathematics that was tested to the extent of our measuring instruments' accuracy.
A useful set of mathematics, but not necessarily a physical reality. Got it. Thank you.
But it describes what is physically happening in reality, and this is a problem because you deny even that. You deny that this is the useful description of reality.
You have a scale, right? A scale measures your weight. Is there a mass scale I can stand on and it'll tell me what the difference is between weighing 55 kilos and whatever my mass is?
A mass and weight, you can just convert between them. So
well, that's handy.
You could just buy a scale that instead of kilograms displays. I mean, kilograms is already a mass. So what?
So I could say, but at the same time you're breathing schmoxygen, and I say every time that you're looking for oxygen, schmoxygen has the same value. Well, I'm going to contend against you telling me it doesn't exist because I've already assumed it does, and all my maths makes schmoxygen the key.
Except weight and mass don't always have the same value. They don't have the same proportionality between each other. They have to
right,
accuracy.
So back to my original question, which is why can't I buy a mass scale and weigh myself to determine my mass? By what increment could you build a force gauge for the mass? Because I keep saying to people, if you have a force, you can build a force gauge, a force measurement instrument that only measures the force. It doesn't measure some other force and then say, by knowing the weight, we can assume its mass.
If we want to talk
like
about,
I don't take a temperature reading and then say I know what the barometric pressure is based on the temperature. It can put me in the ballpark, sure, but they're independent forces.
Yeah, except what the thermometer is directly measuring is the barometric pressure. How at least the original thermometers worked is by seeing how much compressed the fluid in it, usually it was mercury, was, and this is due to the pressure exerted on it, and then only by that you convert
because
it
the mercury's low boiling point. It's because the mercury is low boiling point, and that's why it rises. But it's an indication of temperature, not specifically pressure. That's why you use a barometer to measure pressure and a thermometer to measure heat units. You know?
Yes, that's true, but my point still stands. It uses some other value as a direct measurement, and then based on this direct measurement, you convert it to some other quantity that has a relationship with that measurement using some scale. The same way as the weighting scale.
Okay, so look, we can move away from temperature because there's a whole bunch of instruments that can use different ways of measuring temperature, right? But we can independently measure temperature. We can't independently measure mass. Why?
We absolutely can. The weighting scale would be the first instrument for measuring mass, but you could also use, I guess, for example, something that measures forces.
Well, at least he knows what a direct measurement is. So where's your direct measurement of spin or curvature?
How do you define a direct measurement? How do you define a direct measurement?
It.
Then there's very if it doesn't require if it can't contain a calculation, then there's very little of direct measurements in reality. A weighting scale is already not a direct measurement.
Well, what if I put a protractor right on top of a spirit level and line it up with the horizon? Is there going to be any increment on the protractor by even a degree anywhere on Earth?
I don't really understand the question. You would measure an angle. But back to my point, a weighting scale already isn't a direct measurement because it only measures the force that is exerted on that weighting scale, and then the computer inside converts it to the mass. The same way as a thermometer is also not a direct measurement. It measures the height of a liquid inside, and then you have like written scale next to it that you compare the scale to. So the measuring instruments, most of the measuring instruments used like colloquially to directly measure some quantity, they already aren't direct measurement instruments. They just know that there is some relationship between what they directly measure and the thing that they actually display, and they convert one to another. The direct measurement would be the height of the liquid in the barometer, in the thermometer. In that case.
You know how like a pressure gauge works when you put it on your tire to check the right PSI?
I don't know honestly how it works.
A pressure gauge.
I mean I know how you
It's like
use
when
it, but
you
I don't know how
you've
the mechanism.
ever if you've ever put air in your tire, you know the cutoff thing, right? It tells, like, you set the PSI to cut off, and when it reads that PSI, it cuts off, yeah? It's because it's reading just that force. It's not reading the density of the rubber or the grade of the tire or the amount of tread left on it. It's just taking a pressure indicator by the amount of resistance it's getting and putting more air in. It's one force that it's measuring. And yeah, it's using like airflow to generate pressure, but it's measuring pressure.
Yes. Yeah, yes, I agree.
And I'd
that
also
there are
disagree, Embo, that a weight scale or taking a weight of something is also not a direct measurement, because the scale is a device that's taking that direct measurement of weight. There's no intermediate. There's no steps in between. There's no calculations to be made. The instrument just measures the quantity directly. Yeah, just as if we're using a tape measure. We place a tape measure on something and we take a direct measurement. A thermometer would be exactly the same. A thermometer would be taking a direct measurement of the temperature when the thermometer's in contact with whatever you're trying to measure the temperature of. Yeah.
For a weight, it would be a direct measurement, but what is displayed on the screen of the weighting scale isn't actually weight; it's mass. It's colloquially called weight because when in the colloquial language, not in physics, you use these terms as one single term. But in physics, you have distinction between mass and weight, and kilograms is actually mass, not weight. Weight is a
so
force.
So you can tell us the center of temperature? Is what you just said?
Again, can you repeat?
You can tell us the center of temperature.
Hot and cold. Never said that.
Well, what's the thermometer do? What's the thermometer deal with? Doesn't deal with temperature?
A thermometer, at least these classical ones, they measure a height of a liquid, and then a person reads how high this liquid is in relation to a scale that is written there, and that's how you read the temperature.
Scale based on pressure, based on temperature, based on the containment that you have it in, right? So it reacts from the container what's inside, right?
Yes. So for this instrument to even work, you already have to make an assumption that these two quantities, the height of the liquid and the temperature, have a relationship one to another.
Well, yeah, you'd have to keep. Yeah, that's what came into designing and engineering the device. It took trial and error. Yeah, 100%. I don't disagree with that.
Yeah. The same as the weighting scale assumes that weight is proportional to mass, because it measures weight, not mass, but gives you the number of mass.
But could you manipulate it different ways?
Yes, you could. For example, you could take it to different altitude. Altitude is famous for influencing how much weight you have, and it will
okay. Now, what do you differentiate when you take it up in altitude? The amount of resistance and the amount of voltage increases. The resistance decreases, voltage increases, or something like that.
What voltage?
The voltage gradient. The voltage gradient that goes up. And then, like, what if I take it and move it real fast? Is it gonna, like, in the same spot? I just wiggle it. Brrr, is it gonna react there too? I think it'll have a
Then
certain reaction too, right?
then
Movement.
if you just move it fast, then the item that is on you will probably fall off it, and you wouldn't measure anything.
Right. So it would manipulate it to act different or get a different reading. So different ways of manipulating the outcome is what I'm trying to figure out. So, like, if you shock it, what do you think that would do?
If I shock it,
Yeah, add electrical charge to it. Shock it.
then
Put some
the
static around.
weighting
Rub it on a
scale will,
carpet. Like, rotate it
then
right where it's at. Just spin it around where it's at against a carpet or something. Like, give us.
then
Why is there always a laugh? You guys don't like my science, do you?
I do. I very much enjoy it. If you shock it,
Okay.
then the weighting scale will probably stop working.
Oh, it stopped working?
That would be my guess.
So you don't think it would react with the shock on the inside with the amount of, like, mercury or liquid or fluid or whatever dynamic like thing you have in there?
Does the barometer or thermometer? I'm talking about the weighting scale now. A weighting scale doesn't involve any
Weight
mercury.
scale. A weight scale, yeah, a weight scale. Oh, this is funny about a scale where, like, that you weigh yourself on, right? Because you want to get your weight, right? In order to get your weight, you'll have to stand right there and wait on the scale. Because if you move around, it'll change the outcome, correct?
If you move around, yes.
On the scale. Yeah. So now, if you're on a moving planet, instead of a bunch of strings and things, wouldn't you just have to stand on a scale and show us the fluctuating numbers? Because your planet's moving?
These would happen on different latitudes. It would be a measure of a change of the centrifugal force.
Yeah, but the movement would give you the idea of changing your latitude while you didn't have to. You stay right there.
Why would it?
Well, raise yourself up at the top of a building and weigh yourself, and then weigh yourself at the bottom floor, the bottom of the basement. See if there's a difference. And you're not going to move from longitude to latitude. You're going to stay in the same building and just go up or down. Okay?
Yeah, if you have enough precise scale, like a laboratory scale, then it probably would have a difference, but it wouldn't have anything to do with emotion. It would just have to do with the distance to the center of mass. When you're higher, then you're further away from the Earth's center of mass. Because the weighting scale, it already works based on an assumption that mass is proportional to weight. Weight is the force that you exert when you get pulled down on the
So
weighting
if you're
scale.
higher,
And
so if you're
mass
higher or lower, you can affect it. You don't have
can
to
I-
change your longitude and latitude, correct?
can I finish, please? I got
So, like,
disconnected.
why does anybody bother losing weight? Why don't all the obese people just move to the top of a mountain? Problem solved, right?
Right.
No idea, but probably they don't know physics.
Wait, are you denying that people weigh less if they go higher?
I don't know if that was measured with people, because again the difference is so small that you need a laboratory scale, and these usually aren't for people. They're like small, but on some like mass that is precisely designed to have some given mass, then you would be able to measure, like a piece of metal, for example.
I'm not saying conclusively whether I believe that we weigh the same at any point in altitude, but I'm contending against the fact that it's because of mass that you might.
Well, also, if you heat the
Well,
Yeah.
scale up, or you freeze it, or you add electricity to it, like, you might get a different idea. But just moving the scale where it's at, just taking it on the floor, if you wiggle the floor where the scale is, the scale's going to give you different readings. It's not going to. It's going to go do 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 do. It's going to read things different. So if you're on a planet that's spinning and wobbling, You don't have to change latitude and longitude if the fucking planet's moving. It's changing latitude and longitude for you, supposedly. Now, put that in your pipe and smoke it for a second.
You're moving with it.
Yeah, but you're moving. Go take a ball, spin it, super glue a fucking scale to it, start spinning it, and weigh something while it's on a stationary scale on flat Earth right now outside. Like weigh something on a scale, just sitting still, and then weigh it on that ball that's moving with the scale on it. And you tell me which one acts like reality. A sitting still scale that's on an Earth that's not moving like flat Earth, or a rotating scale that you have to get to prove a ball. You wouldn't want to do that, would you?
If it's moving at a constant velocity, then it would give you the same reading.
Show us.
This is my prediction.
Show us while it's wobbling.
I don't have an experiment for that.
So
It's just an example that you made up randomly.
Okay, what about an old style scale, right? Like Libra, where you see the scales of Libra. If we use one of those on the ground and then on the top of a high mountain, would it give a different reading?
Yes.
What's
the accuracy of
the scale?
If you put those scales on a moving ball, would they sit still and hold on for you to wait, or would they be like shing 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 shing? No matter what velocity or vector or conserved momentum you think magic catchphrase word you use to spin that ball, right? You're going to see the attribute of those chains swinging, right? The scales of justice.
No, you wouldn't. If the ball was moving at
If you were
constant
no,
velocity,
hold
you
on.
would.
If I could say something, hold on. If you were in a train, right, that was moving, right, and not accelerating, yes, you could weigh yourself.
If you were accelerating, though, then you would have additional inertial force, and this would mess up with your reading. It would change it. But only if you're
Yeah, but the
accelerating.
point is we're not accelerating, so it doesn't matter if we're moving.
Yeah, for a train just moving at a constant velocity, it wouldn't matter.
Yeah, but the track is different amounts of elevation from different portions of dirt and mass underneath you, and you're moving across like around the center of mass. So, like, you think it still wouldn't matter? How would you guys be able to demonstrate that a scale on a moving object doesn't change the weight with something on it?
If it's not accelerating, then it won't change it.
Accelerating how? While it's spinning, or while it's wobbling, or while it's going in a circle?
While it's moving.
Three
Look,
different things, and it's tilted off.
The topic was, if you go higher, would you weigh less, right? And what do you guys think? What do you guys think about that? Like, do you guys think that won't happen? That will happen?
You might weigh more.
I'd like to see that just shown to me with a simple video or some kind of breakdown, because at the moment it's just something I'm being told.
Right, that's the main. That's the main thing here. A lot of concepts that we have to like disorient your mind to where they can just keep skipping back. Where's the sphere spinning? Like, however you would want to set it up, like an electromagnet, make it a magnetic ball, put a metal thing on a string, so put a little rope that's not magnetic in the little ball, and then spin it, or put your scale, like put your different, like act like the ball is gravity in certain ways, and like manipulate it and see what actually still happens if you're on that magic ball that's a magnet of gravity. And I'm going to guarantee you, outside in reality and on that ball, whether it's a magnet or a regular ball, neither one of those balls are going to match the physics of flat Earth. Neither one of them. Whether you making a magic fucking gravity ball with a magnet and put metal on that bitch, it's still not gonna.
I'm trying to find for you someone, like, what you want is a video of someone weighing themselves on a mountain, right? Versus on the ground. I'm trying to find that.
I found videos like that, but most of them are from an elevator, so on the vertical direction, not the horizontal direction.
Right.
But
and to
an
show
Right.
elevator won't give you enough, change to, anyway.
Right, but
no,
that's the
elevator
idea.
will
The
actually
idea
give
is
you change
correct.
when
The idea
when
is correct. Up
elevator
and down. Yeah,
when
up
the
and down.
elevator accelerates upwards, then you get more weight measured by the scale, and when it goes downwards, then you get less weight.
Now, are you gonna spin it?
You could spin it, but I don't know
Yeah.
if demonstrations like that were made in practice.
So and then if you're at free fall while you're spinning, and there's a scale on top of a free falling sphere, how much do you, the sphere, the scale, and how much do you weigh now while you're in free fall on a ball in space?
In freefall, you don't weigh anything.
You don't weigh anything. So go to a
Interesting.
scale. Yeah, that's real interesting. So now, if you think you live on a moving, rotating ball that's falling through space, go stand on a scale. If you can read a number, you weigh something, you don't weigh nothing. So therefore, you're not connected to a free falling ball with gravity and stuff. You just disproved it with the scale. It was that simple.
Wait, wait. So then why do things fall towards the ground?
Towards the ground, what's that mean? What?
Towards it when you
How thick is
when
the
you drop
ground?
something.
How thick is the
What?
ground? How thick is the ground?
I don't know why is that.
You don't know? You don't know? I'm just curious, brother, because if you're asking me, I need to know certain things. So you don't know. I don't know how thick the ground is. I don't even know where you would say an idea of a center of mass was, so we can throw that garbage out the fucking window. So if you live on a flat plane, and I don't know where the edge is, and you don't know where the edge is, and I don't know how deep it is, we can throw the idea of things falling to a center of mass out the window. Okay, you throw some stuff up, it's gonna hit the dirt. You throw some stuff up, it's gonna not hit the dirt. It's gonna go up like helium and other certain things.
Yeah,
Heat,
it's called density.
smoke. So point being, it's not going down because of the magic word or the terms or the catchphrases that we've all been taught about fucking gravity and space and all this shit, right? Earth is the only place for the fucking thing to go if you throw it up. It's not just going to keep flying anywhere. I don't know why anybody would add a weird ass fucking if well, this thing's going to just fly on its own. These rocks are just going to fly up. When I lay down on my bed, I'm just going to fly away because of some
Well,
fucking
think
magic
about it this
word.
way, right? Well, think about it this way, right? If I'm pushing something, well, if you throw the rock up, right, it's changing directions to then go down, right?
Right.
For something to change directions, something has to be acting on it, right? I think that's common sense. Like if you want to change the motion of an object, or if you want to induce motion into an object,
You
both of
did.
those things require a force, right?
You acted on it, young man. You
Yeah,
acted on
I
it.
acted on it, I threw it up
Okay,
for,
what we're
but
looking
then it
for,
changes
what we're
direction.
looking for is a rock to fly the fuck away. If you can show me that a rock would fly away instead of just sitting there because of a magic word gravity, then what the fuck are we talking about? And why aren't rocks just flying away? Like, oh no. You have to have a ball. No, rocks there's no reason for any human to wake up or to be born on this planet and walk around and think houses, rocks, trees, your cars, all this shit's just gonna fly off Earth if you didn't use a word called gravity.
It's really just reverse buoyancy, right? The reason things float in the ocean, the inverse of that is why they fall in the air.
Well, I mean, regardless of what phrases or what words we use to entail what the action or reaction is, it is what the fuck it is at the end of the day. Now, the sloppiness of putting the what ifs on it is the bad part. We can all agree on certain things if we can agree on certain things, but the only way we can do that is to throw the what if shit out the window, right? We're not gonna what if
Right.
flying away. Yeah. So
Right,
we'll just
and I'm
take it.
trying to get to that, right? I'm trying to get to something we can both agree on, right? So one thing I hope we can agree on is when something is moving, something has to have pushed it or pulled it in some way. right? In that direction, right? If something is moving towards the east, then something must have either pushed it towards there or something from the east is pulling it. That's all I
Not
need.
exactly. Not exactly. Now you say from the east and all that, okay, that's good, but up and down we have too. Now, let me see. Here's an example. If you're sitting on a chair, I took something from you. Now you can fall. Okay? I took the thing that you were arrested or resisted upon. Now, until there's something else for you to resist upon, that's where you're going to go. If that's the way you're going to go. Yes.
Right, but why? Right, and if I
Hold on. I
don't
didn't
want to
hold on a
fall,
second. I didn't push you up or down. I didn't push you anyway. I pulled something that the thing that was restraining you from, going down.
right, and while I'm sitting on that chair, it's a wooden chair, right? And I don't like wooden chairs because I don't like the way it feels. Why am I feeling that force on my ass when I'm sitting on a wooden chair, right? Why do I have to then put more force downwards to then get up, right?
Well,
Why is force required to get up, right?
you weigh,
Because we're
you have
counteracting
weight.
another force. Right. What's weight? Why is weight downwards? That's what I'm asking. That's the question.
All right, so I'll try this inverse water thing with you again, right? So when you're like floating on the water, you have to make an effort to swim down, right? If there's any air in your lungs whatsoever, you'll float back up as soon as you stop creating the energy to go down with, yeah? You with me?
Well, yeah, that depends, like you said, on if you have air in your lungs.
Right, so let's invert that and say that we have to make a concerted effort to get up off the ground instead of going below the ground when the ground is water, right? But there's a force pushing back on us, pushing us back down. I mean, yeah, there's a lot of atmosphere and a lot of pressure, and that force alone is sufficient to push anything with a connected molecular structure down through the
Right.
substance which has no connected molecular structure that we call gas.
Right. So you're saying that it's the gas that's the reason why there's a downward force on us.
I'm saying if you imagine a trampoline on your head, when you jump, you're pushing as far up into that trampoline until the force of that trampoline stretching pushes you back down. That's not a uniform
Makes
force that's
perfect sense.
expressing on every molecule. It's just expressing on the top of your head where the top of your head is pushing something out of the way
Right.
until that thing pushes it back because you've lost all the energy through pushing, and that energy of resistance is built up with all the energy you've lost, and then you get it all back at once, which gives you acceleration.
That all makes perfect sense. Had it
Yeah,
not
the
been
potential. Listen, pay attention to the potential. Because when you're sitting in that chair, you have the potential to stay there, the potential to jump up, the potential to fall down. Helium, or whatever other object, just has a slight different potential to go in a different vector. I mean, that's
Let's put it to you this way, D-Mock. If Earth stopped rotating for one split second, do you know what would happen and why?
I didn't know. I wouldn't know what would happen. Hold on. I wouldn't know what was happening if Earth was spinning. But go ahead.
Yeah, let's get to that later. But to respond to this
Simple
guy
question.
about the air stuff, so what you said makes sense, right? The air is resisting our upward, force. That makes sense. Had it not been for we can things still fall down in a vacuum chamber, right? So that's
Sorry, you said that last bit really
that's for
quickly.
the
What
air
was it
pressure.
before vacuum changer? What did you say?
I said things fall down in a vacuum chamber. So
Sure they do.
what's
Except for helium.
what's happening there?
Helium doesn't.
Huh?
Helium doesn't.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't. Helium balloons do. Helium containers will, not the helium itself. If you inject helium into a vacuum chamber, it will disperse. It won't fall.
If a part of it will go up, yes, but a high percentage of it will go down, right? Because it will form a pressure gradient.
No, they haven't ever. I've never seen that shown. I mean, I looked very extensively on this
I
whole
can
contention
I'll send
with
it to you.
balloons in a vacuum chamber, and it's quite evident that whatever material you make a helium container out of, it's going to have enough weight to sink in the chamber, whereas the helium doesn't. I mean, you can say some of it might, but it's like dispersion is that, or it's like it all. It's like a cube expanding till it fills the cube. So yeah, some of it's down, sure. But I mean, look, it's like what we're saying about the reason things fall. Yeah, why doesn't helium fall? Well, it doesn't create this like resistance on the trampoline, like the figurative trampoline. It's basically slipping through the holes in the mesh of the trampoline because it's one of the smallest particles.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. In a vacuum chamber, helium does fall. So
May I get in
I'll send it to
here?
Yeah, you keep saying that, but it's actually like I'd like to see you prove that.
May I
I'll
get in
send it
here?
to you. Yeah.
Regarding the helium chamber? Right. So it's an interesting claim, right? One thing that I would like to see also is, okay, so if the one claim on the table is in a vacuum chamber, right, where helium is injected and it disperses throughout the chamber, but then apparently there's a gradient that is formed at the bottom, right? In said experiment where this in the experiment where this phenomena was witnessed, did this experiment control for the distribution of temperature?
Well, yeah, I'll try to find an experiment for you guys that
Yeah.
controls for all.
Yes. Okay. Interesting. Because if they don't, well, that could be a contributing factor to said gradient, because we know that temperature.
Well,
Right.
well, if anything, if pressure wasn't controlled for, we all know that things are hotter as they get towards the surface of the Earth. So, if anything, if we weren't to control for temperature, then we would expect the opposite.
No.
Pressure gradient.
No.
Why is that?
No. Well, think about it, right? So if you have a device, right? It's probably like the vacuum chamber. It's a device, right? It's some machinery or whatnot. It's on a table. These are solid objects, right? And arguably one of them is electronic, right? Wherein this material has a higher degree of temperature, a higher temperature. Sorry, it's late, right? Then, for example, the glass at the top, which is right next to the surrounding air, right? Which is room temperature, right? So that alone is enough to induce a different temperature at the top or bottom, ever so slightly, perhaps. But for all we know, like we're just at this point we're speculating because there's nothing demonstrated yet. But that could be argued as to why there might have been
I'm so sorry. I'm trying to find it. I'm so sorry.
Right. No, it's good, right? The point here, right? The point here is these are the variables that we have evidence of, right? And the ability to measure and control and all this stuff, right? The one variable that's on the table that's claimed to actually be a thing, so-called gravity, right? There's no way to actually manipulate that or control it or whatever right from the get-go, even to even suggest that it's something that is a factor at play at all. For all we know, what the effect that we witness, wherein higher dense things tend to fall in air and less dense things tend to go up, right? That phenomena, for all we know, like it was mentioned before, is really just a buoyancy and density relationship sort of thing going on where things are distributing naturally, right? That's what we witness. That's what we observe, right? But to account for a cause for this, right? You were saying, oh, well, why do things go down? This, as far as we know, I think, is the quote mysterious unknown, right? It's just the way things are, and we can't control for it, so we can't actually ascribe it any source to begin with.
Have you thought about taking the two magnets that are really strong that oppose and like popping them together and then dropping those in a vacuum and see if they fall at a slower rate.
Did you read that? Did you read that? I'm sorry.
Is anyone speaking?
Do what?
You know, you said something about magnets. Could you repeat that?
Yeah, take 2 strong magnets like neodymium, really strong, and say you got the sides that repel each other, the opposing sides. You take them and force them together, and then drop it inside of a vacuum chamber, and see if it falls at a slower rate than something that weighs exactly the same amount.
Well, I've seen one where they drop a magnet to a copper spring or a
Correct.
copper
Correct.
cylinder, and it slows down because of electromagnetic.
What would that even prove?
It also produces heat.
That if a magnet falls down at a slower rate in a vacuum, what would that prove?
Yeah.
It would show you gravity is fuck all.
How?
Because at no time have you ever touched or manipulated gravity or done fuck with it. You can't take it and make an orbit in a lab, but everything you can manipulate, you guys want to throw out the window. That's how. And the only fucking thing you can affect or physically touch or do anything with is the potential of shit and the charge. You understand? Like you can't take the center of mass.
So what is the connection?
What's the connection with gravity
between these 2 magnets and gravity?
There's no gravity. What are you talking about? There is no gravity.
Yeah, well, so what's the connection?
There's no gravity.
What does the magnets prove?
It shows you
Well, you're
there's no
asserting that.
gravity. Are you an idiot? Repeat this.
No, but I think you
fucking
are.
gravity.
Yes, there is gravity.
Damn, I'm trying to make it simple.
And that's
idiot.
been demonstrated with things like the Cavendish experiment.
Yeah, right, retard. Go get 2
Planetary
fucking
orbits
balls
and all
and
that.
make something go in the center of it.
But what does this magnet thing prove?
Where do you
What
have
does it even
something going
demonstrate?
into the center of another object? We're going to wait for that. For you to prove fucking gravity even made sense.
Yeah, whenever you
Something
drop
you
something.
need to go to the center of another object. Have you ever seen that? Not down to flat Earth. To the center.
No,
Gooey
down to the
shot
spherical
center.
Earth.
Not to the center? You never has seen anything go to the center of another object, but that's your fucking guys' claim all day long. Right? Not the word down, the center of another object. So you need to take fucking down off your vocabulary and put inside the ball. Now, if you can show me a drill bit.
No, we can use the word down. I like the word down.
Show me the gravity drill bit that drills itself to the center of Earth. Show me the gravity drill bit that drills its fucking
D-Mark,
self to the chewy center.
Why do you think
that's
that
what
doesn't
you're
happen?
claiming. No, that's what's being
D-Mark,
claimed
why
here.
do you,
That I can
when
take
has
a lead
anyone ever
plate
claimed that?
and it's going to find itself to the chewy center. Bullshit.
When has anyone ever claimed that?
If you make
That would be
something
bullshit
massive
if anyone
enough,
ever said that, but no one has
if
ever
you
said
make
that.
something,
You're having a
if you make
schizophrenic episode, D-Mark.
no, you are. You won't shut the fuck up. If you take something massive enough,
No, you
it's
are
supposed
because
to
you're
find
kind of
itself in the
fantasizing
center
these like
of
situations
the
that no one's
Earth.
ever said.
Now, where does mass attract itself to, boys? Cornbread or the center of mass? You tell me. Finish the fucking sentence.
I just want to know what this magnet thing would prove.
Where are things supposed to be attracted to? Cornbread or the center of mass? With the magic
They're attracted to me
catchphrase,
because I'm
"Where's gravity?"
gorgeous.
So what's down?
But what I want to
gotta do
know is
with the
what this
center of
magnet thing
anything?
proves.
So I got an aquarium right here. I'm going to drop a beach ball in it. Is it going to stop in the fucking center of mass of it? No. Huh. Now I got some air bubbles under the ocean. Is gravity going to hold those down? No. Are they going to hold them
D-Mark's
in the
like a
center?
broken ChatGPT.
Yeah. So is gravity.
You give him an input and he feeds out like it gets like a random output. It's just nonsense.
The thing you said
It's all
about
hallucination, no data.
the thing you said about the orbits and you can't produce orbits in the lab. Yeah, that's true. But we have equations for describing orbits.
I
that
got
use
equations for saying how much money you owe me,
and
but you're not paying up. Doesn't work,
They're
does
based
it?
on.
Doesn't work the same
no,
way,
but
does it?
right. But the thing is, though, is that
Thing is, I got an
you
equation and you're not paying up. So why are you paying attention to equations? Don't throw those out the window.
Well, I'll tell you why I'm paying attention is because
You're
those
not paying
equations
up. You
are
don't pay
used.
attention to them. I got an equation here that says you owe me fucking money. I mowed your lawn. I didn't have to be there to do it. You couldn't see me. I'm fast as shit, but you owe me money and I'm ready to be paid.
I mean, you guys
Right.
treat equations
the
like
reason-
it's literal legend to read a map that you've already been given. Nobody's given you a map of the universe with a legend and a key that says use these equations. You just presuppose everything.
And how can you work the
Yeah, but
equation? Let's see the equation become physical. What's the equation to something entering the center of another object? That's the only one I'm fucking interested in.
Okay.
Hugh,
Okay.
let me get in here for a second.
If I could just finish what I was going to say. The reason why I look at these equations as reality is because we made these equations to describe these orbits, and then we could make predictions based on these equations. We could predict where Mars would be, and then we see it on that day, in that location.
If
right?
I throw
So
an axe
that's
at
why
an
I feel
apple,
okay,
it doesn't hit the core and stop. It'll either go through the fucking apple or hit the outside edge and stop. The outside surface. The part that comes in contact with everything is the surface, not the center. You guys are saying if you throw something, when you impart a lot of energy and potential into this axe head, and now it's going to find the chewy fucking center of stuff. No, that's not correct. And things that are moving become more fucking crazily fucking more massive because the potential you imparted on them.
Hugh, check this out. Okay. This what you
And
described.
how have we been predicting the movement of all of these celestial objects?
Hugh,
Yeah, sorry.
Hugh, hang on. Check this out. Okay. This is the problem with modern day quote unquote science. Okay. There's a replacement of experimentation with theory and mathematics. Okay. There's a quote, I think it was from Nikola Tesla. I believe it was him along those lines. Okay. And the issue at hand with what you described, we have this mathematical equation. Okay. We can use it to make predictions. Therefore, the theory behind what drove whatever it was that drove individuals to try and sort this mathematical equation out, that theory must be true because my math checks out. This is the
Not
problem.
at all. Not at all.
Yes, it is.
Not at all.
Watch
I disagree
what
with that.
let me.
I
I'll
disagree
give
with
you.
that. Hold on.
Hang on. I'm not done.
Sure.
Sir, I am not done. I'm not done. Let me get. I'll suffix this with a thought experiment. Okay, check this out. I take a ball. I'm in everyday average temperature and atmospheric pressure. Okay, humidity, whatever. I throw it up, goes so far, and it comes down at such and such a speed. I am given an equation, right, of a downward vector, right, and that things are supposed to accelerate at 9.8 meters per second squared. Okay? I do it over and over again, the same ball, throw it up, comes down, maps out to the equation. Okay, I do it again, goes even higher, different ball, whatever. It all maps out to a certain degree of precision. Okay, plus or minus some error resistance, etc.
Yeah, whatever margin.
It seems to check out, right? Oh shit! Okay, what we know from that is there's a downward acceleration of 9.8 meters per second squared. Okay, this is what we know given the experiment. Now, I might ask, why is this the case? Right? Oh, okay. So and so says, oh, there's like this magic field that we call gravity that's pulling things down. Oh, gravity, it's happening. I replaced whatever this variable 9.8 with whatever G, big G, whatever the fuck. Oh, therefore, theory about this magic field called gravity must be true because it maps out. Well, so Joe Blow over there, he says, nah, man, it's not a magic field called gravity. I theorize that there are these invisible leprechauns and unicorns, okay, flying around, and they want the ball to go down at 9.8 meters per second squared. Okay, so now we've got the same mathematics, same prediction, same model, two different accounts as to why that's happening. Now, one guy puts the variable G in place of 9.8 meters per second squared, and the other guy puts P or L for leprechauns. Okay? 9.8 meters per second squared because of the leprechauns. Oh, it maps out perfectly. Oh, is it really because they're invisible leprechauns? Pulling the thing down or pushing the thing down because they have a certain bias or preference for things going down at 9.8 meters per second squared? Or is it this magic theory, this magic field called gravity that's pulling things down due to a giant ball that we're standing on? Both map out perfectly. The math checks out for both of them. The theory or the philosophy underpinning them, or the theories that are totally divergent, resting upon totally different philosophies. Right? This is where we get into the realm of speculation and philosophy that ties into all this. These are where they diverge significantly, and there's a tendency to pick one or the other based off of biases and preferences based on individuals. The math is fine. The philosophy is what's in question. Now, that's what I think all this room is really asking is, why do things work this way? Can you show me the reasoning for why the things work this way? I don't think anybody's disputing the 9.8 or the approximate 9.8 meters per second squared downwards for some things. Okay? But why? Okay? Your math is fine. The philosophy is wrong, dude.
So, okay,
Yeah,
sorry,
dude.
it's a pretty long suffix. So, fuck, I forgot. So the point was that, look, the equations, right? What matters is who made the prediction, right? If the guy who says unicorns are shitting out these forces, right? It's proportional to the distance from the surface, right, at sea altitude, right? If that guy made that hypothesis, and he did the experiments, and other people checked them out and said, oh yeah, this works, right? Then that's evidence for that guy's hypothesis, whether we like it or not, right? Now the thing is, right? Newton, when he says that, look, mass attracts mass, we have an ether outside, blah 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 blah, whatever, right? His equations still correspond to reality, all the same as Einstein's equations do. But the thing is, Einstein's paradigm of relativity had more explanatory power, right? It could explain more things, right? It could explain things that might not be explained by his theory, and you could derive Newton's equations from his paradigm, right? So, and this is not to say that Einstein was out to disprove Newton or something. Einstein never said that, I'm going against Newton. Newton describes reality just as well. But the thing is, Einstein's causative philosophy, as you say, explains more things, and so we go with that. It's all about explanatory power and prediction.
Exactly. In other words, which one gives a better story, right? That happens to map to the correlations that we see.
It's all about
versus causation.
Yeah.
These are very significant.
Still sounds like the fairies metaphor.
It's significant issues. Yeah. It's all storytelling, bro. Go ahead, Heretic.
But the thing is, how else?
Model like Einstein fits solar system model better, so they go with Einstein. That's all. It's like a philosophical thing.
So when stuff flies at other stuff in space, is it supposed to go to the center of its mass or start flying around it with magic Magoo brakes, like David Copperfield, and go in orbit? So how are these two correlated as the same thing? See, it's always up, but it's down. It's always vertical, but it's horizontal. It's always too much, but so big. You know what I mean?
Well, that's about perspective. It's about the observer.
I mean,
Physics
I wanted
is all
to say
about the
when we started talking about equations, right? If I take a compass reading, do I need algebra to know where north is or why north is there?
You actually do. You need to account for magnetic declination, and there's a formula for that, which is
I
mathematics.
was just gonna get
magnetic declination. What's that?
You don't need to know math. Yeah, just say that.
I mean, I'm trying to say I don't have to derive the gravitational constant of the needle on the compass to know where north is. There might be some adjustment for like the magnetic field density or motion or whatever you're trying to say, but essentially there's no equating.
True north and true south are different from the geographical north and south. That's what he's talking about.
There's not even really a south. Where's the South Pole at? Where's the South Pole compass? Where's the south compass? Head all the way
South
towards
Pole
south if you want to go around
is on
south.
the south pole of the map.
Where? Okay, stop answering questions nobody asked. I wasn't finished. Where's the South Pole compass? I'm tired of using this shitty north one. Globers. We'll need
Yeah,
the other half.
I'm with Demok. I want a new compass.
Yeah, I want the fucking South Pole compass,
How
boys.
about a compass that can draw me a sphere on a piece of paper instead of one that just draws a circle? That'd be nice too.
Exactly.
Give
One
me
that
some
actually
tools that I
orbits
can use.
north to south. Where's the South compass, Globers, with the half of a south ball and a half of a north ball? No south? You guys got no south? So don't talk about magnetic declination of anything on your imaginary fucking non-existent ball that's not two magnets. I mean,
So
not
then,
two polarities of one magnet.
So
So
then, what
what
do you
should
think
we talk
Antarctica?
about?
You think Antarctica is like an ice wall that surrounds us? Is that how our Earth is?
Brother, remember I said in the beginning, nobody knows what the fuck the edge is? I mean, I wish you could take your camcorder and stop and say, hey, Demok, look, there's no dirt and water or land or ice or nothing in front of me. It's just fucking space, air, and
What's
stars.
beyond the edge, right? What's beyond the edge?
I don't know. That's a good question. If we lived on a ball, everybody would know that because there wouldn't be a fucking horizon for you. Somebody would be standing right there looking forward that direction and see no earth in front of you.
Nothing would have to be beyond the edge because the edge is where the dome meets the ground, right? Because there has to be a dome.
No, nothing has
That's
to
for
be
the
that. Hold on.
travelers to
No, nothing has to
unveil.
be that isn't. Remember this. If it is, it has to be. If it isn't, then it doesn't have to be. So whatever it is what it is.
You don't think gas pressure
Yeah,
needs a
yeah.
container?
What is it, brother? I'll ask you what do you consider a container?
Something physical.
Something. So do you wave your hand in air?
What?
Of course.
Do you wave your hand in air? Is air physical?
Yeah.
Electrical continuity, electrical static that you wave your hand in? That's one thing that's physical. Now, can you feel temperature?
Of course.
Yeah.
Okay, temperature's physical. Are they not good enough? We need to keep going.
Okay. I need a solid object to be a container.
Temperature,
That most
solid, cold. Cold everything. Super cold. Super duper cold beyond your wildest fucking imagination. Does that help you? Will that be
So we
contained
have a
enough?
dome of. So we have a dome of coldness.
No, I didn't say a dome. I didn't put a shape
Who
on nothing.
knows?
Container of coldness. Sorry, container.
Containment of air, electrical this air shit we live and breathe, the air, the electrical continuity, we're waving our hand in to feel the static of it. You can call it gas, you can call it electrical static, fine with me. But what I'm saying is I don't know if there's a shape to it like the idea of a dome. I don't know if it's shaped in a dome. It could be just spread the fuck out. Like the
Could be
idea of a
flat as
pillar.
well.
Yeah, the idea of a pillar doesn't have to be vertical, boys. It can be horizontal forever. You can be stacked on stacked on stacked, and that could be your pillar, not the idea of some fucking toothpick sticking up and holding you up. You could be stacked
What do you
on
think about
pillars of
people?
temperature.
What do you think about the people who are going
That
there
leads to
this December?
no.
What do you think of what?
What do you think about the people who are going there this December, Antarctica?
Who avoid Antarctica?
Do you have anybody that
No.
goes?
There's a group of people who are going to Antarctica this December. What do you think about that?
Oh, well, it'll kill the globe if there's no 24-hour sun in an exact circle, an exact ring around your head, right? That would kill the
And
globe.
if that happens,
It'll kill the globe.
yeah, but what if that happens?
It's not gonna kill the
Oh, if
idea
it
of a
happens,
globe.
well then, we've already measured water to not curve. We know Earth's not curved and round. So then, then you'd have to figure out. Everybody would have to figure out what the sun's actually doing and what the map actually looks like. You have to go back to the drawing board on the map because most all maps have been found by another person that's found by another person that's found by another person, and they were copied. Yeah, most maps have been copied from older maps. because some maps were made by people that lived in one place, but they didn't have the extent of everything else. And then when they met the other people, they were like, holy shit, almost either like a puzzle or like somebody's got a better one
Like
than
a
you.
labyrinth.
You're gonna, yeah, somebody's got a better one than you. You're gonna use it like on a video game.
What about
But the
Google
thing is,
Maps?
here's the thing, brother. You and I, as little people on this video game Earth, on this just Earth that we live, not even a video game, just the Earth we live on. How the fuck are we to be sure that these little rags that we put in our hand like a treasure map, how do we know which ones are 100% accurate? Personally, not just in the world of looking on TV and saying, "Oh, that looks good to me, buddy."
When we are sure we know that it's accurate.
Right,
I
and
just think,
personally,
if you do have 6 months of 24-hour sun in the south, and then 6 months of 24-hour sun in the north, I just think kind of flat Earth you would need at least 2 suns. Like I don't know, it's not about the maps anymore, right?
It's about the whole
I don't know,
scale of
maybe.
but
things.
here's the funny thing, though. Have you ever seen anybody take that globe classroom ball and show you with a pinhole dot, like little pin camera on it with like a little another sun somewhere, and like how that would even work on a ball? Literally, no,
Yes.
literally. You have?
Yeah, they have whole solar system models now.
No, that's not what I asked you. I don't
I
care
have a
what a fucking
globe.
cart. I'm not talking about a cartoon. I'm not talking about a flat computer screen. I'm not talking about TV.
No, I mean 3D models. Like you can touch
Listen,
them.
Where can you show us the
listen to
models?
what. Yeah, because I want to see where there's a sphere in your hand that you can spin with a little camera on it that's going to show me the light source do what it's claimed to do in the north and south. The sun, it only takes 2 balls for this. One of them can sit still, called the sun. The other one just has to spin around it with its camera in the north, south, and on the equator. And then you tilt it and then show us what the fuck it looks like from the point of view on the globe, actually. And then if it matches what we
Yeah, you
see
can
in
totally
reality,
do that.
that would give me a better idea of matching reality. I mean, think about it. To show me, or to show any flat earther, to show any glober, anybody, to teach them what a sphere acts like or looks like or reacts like, or the attributes, don't you think the best thing to have is an actual sphere? And to do the way you claim. So if you have a sun, you go get a sun, whatever you would claim that to be, a bright ass fucking light, one in the room. Click that bitch on, and then have your little earth with the camera set up like I told you, 3 of them, one on the equator, one on the top, one on the bottom. Tilt to 23 degrees and do what you got to do. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, you could do that.
Yeah, no, I don't mean to cut you off. I just want to, for anyone who's interested, to look in the side chat. I'm delving into the nature of magnetic flow and the poles on specifically magnets that are shaped like balls. And they're so incredibly ununiform in how they interact in what type of sphere and what type of polarity is going on that I'm yet to find any correlation with what they're saying about the Earth. And it's fairly like static and repeatable, observable things with its field. Like it moves slightly, but we can predict it with a fair amount of accuracy. Whereas ball magnets themselves are just crazy. Like they are crazy. They're like they behave not like other magnets behave at all. But this is why I started looking into this, right? If you look at a ring magnet, yeah, you'll see the North Pole in the center and the South Pole on the edge. So it is the flat Earth model for some people. So there you go. Without even like going further into it, we can already say that from what we currently know about magnetics and the different types of magnets, the observations we carry out on the Earth that relate to magnetics seem to map perfectly to a ring magnet, whereas really nothing maps perfectly to a ball magnet, because it's like a nature of the structure creating the flux in the poles to begin with. And this doesn't happen on Earth. So why would a much bigger ball with a much bigger field not be behaving at all like a ball magnet behaves?
Well, if it's a ring magnet, then then you are saying that Antarctica is an ice wall around the Earth.
Yeah.
No, all I'm saying is
If it's
there's a
that,
field.
yeah.
There's a North Pole and a South Pole. Maybe we can have ice forming on this South Pole, and because the pole makes a toroidal field, that hardens and creates a dome. I don't think that's necessary. What is necessary is determining that the South Pole is itself a ring, which is the inverse of the center pole being a circle.
Yeah, I suppose that could make sense.
I think your premise is wrong. The Earth doesn't act as a ball magnet.
So it acts as a ball with magnetic properties. Well done. There's all different types of ball magnets. This is what I tried to say. We can coat a regular non-magnetic ball with a magnetic coating. We'll get different properties from, say, a magnetite ball, where every particle is a magnetic, where every compound is a magnetic compound. The uniformity,
That's
right?
not how the Earth works.
Every part of it expresses magnetism. No, it's not. So how can we determine so how can we determine the exact right magnet that represents Earth? Without bothering to account for gravity or even pretend like it exists, let's just deal with the electromagnetic spectrum that we know comprises literally everything except gravity.
Gravity is better used as a metaphor. Definitely. Sometimes.
Any magnet experts in the chat?
If that's the response, it's probably me. And I'm by no means an expert on magnetism. It's just one of my favorite studies. That's why I'm able to think so much more laterally about accounting for things, because most people look at things and they go, okay, so the theory on the paper isn't observable, so what can I look at to observe? Well, hold on. We're still inside the electromagnetic spectrum. We can't escape that.
That's fine. I'm glad we have it.
Everything escapes gravity if it's small. Then mass doesn't attract, and it doesn't matter. It has to be big mass to attract mass for gravity. That's the rules. I didn't make them up.
Who made up the rules?
Shit, I don't know. Newton, Einstein, five guys
Human
science.
beings, probably.
Yeah, some human being in a cartoon and a couple hits of adrenaline.
Whoever tells you that a theory that they're calling a theory is a fact is asserting a rule set for you to follow.
Yes.
Right.
But sometimes it's important to follow.
It's important to follow the attribute of the action or reaction.
Is it important for all the train carriages after the one with the engine in it to follow it off the cliff? Seems like it'd be important for them to disconnect themselves from the agency of suicidal ideation.
The globe Earth is suicidal?
Oh yeah.
In its ideation, it most certainly is.
Well, 99. This is the statistic you can look up. 99.99999. I'll stop there. Percent of all serial killers and psychopaths are globers. Look on their resume.
Well, that's because 99.99 people are globers.
Hold on a minute.
No, dude,
We're
like I
dealing
can
with
show you a
statistics
video.
and facts here, buddy.
Yeah.
I can show you a video from inside the past week, right, where this guy was on a bus and he started having an argument with someone whose racial coloration he didn't like. So a few people tried to check him, and his response was to stab 3 of them in the neck, and they all died and run away. And when he was in the police cop for a good 15 minutes, he goes on a rant about how he can do whatever he wants because of all these things about heliocentrism. Literally, he did like a Brian Cox level soliloquy to the cop who's arresting him for mass triple homicide. Like, it's just crazy the way their brains flip out as soon as they realize, well, now I'm being held to account, so I guess I'll default to where there's zero accountability in the world, which is what I'm being told to base my fundamental epistemology of creation upon. So I can do whatever I want because there's no heaven or hell. There's just infinite expanding chaos. So I have a knife in the neck.
They had to put the spit bag on his head. That was funny.
Yeah, bro, you've actually seen that. Yeah, I did post it here too.
He was saying that he hopes they die and stuff like that.
I mean, I don't want to get anecdotal with you a day early, but most of the psychos I've ever met, they were hard into these sciences, these conceptualizations of reality.
Are you demonizing science right now?
I mean, we are, according to them, we are just, what is it? Like mud.
We're meeting with space dust, right? We're space dust, and we're evolved bacteria. Great.
Yeah, we're for the system.
I mean, pond scum.
Pond scum that turned into rocks. That
You
turned
see,
into fish.
what you
like
do with
rocks.
the information is up to you. I mean, I find that quite beautiful and elegant.
No, but think about it, right? The inferences, what people infer, or the philosophical underpinning of the claims, lead down very narrow tracks, right? If someone told you that all you really are is pond scum that turned into a rock, that then turned into a fish and a monkey and all that, and then here you are, and if you trace back further back behind that, there was nothing, and then nothing really matters. Then you can do anything you want.
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
But is that true?
Yes.
Right. Okay, that's what you think, right? But if this is true, right, and nothing really matters, that means you can do whatever you want.
Okay.
Now, can you do whatever you want?
Dude,
no.
Those things that's illogical.
No, there are limits to what you can do.
That's like saying, well, I believe in God and creation, and God gave me free will, so I can do whatever I want. It just doesn't add up. Stop.
Dude, you're singing Bohemian Rhapsody. Nothing really matters. Anyone can see. Nothing really matters to me.
Did he say it was elegant? It was quite elegant that you came from pond scum?
Yes,
Did
it
you say
is.
that?
I did.
Holy shit, dude.
That's not what I said. Who said that?
I did. I did.
Elegant.
You think it's elegant?
Oh, it's so elegant. I came from pond scum.
Where do you think you came from?
Dude, not from freaking pond scum.
Where did you come from?
Evolving's just nonsense.
Where did you come
Try
from?
try taking the responsibility of being responsible for your own creation off the table and acknowledge that you're made in the image of your creator, and you don't have to know how your creator came to be in that image.
That's
you just have
not
to
mutually
accept
exclusive with coming from pond scum. You realize that?
Well, it doesn't have to be, no.
Silly.
Okay, good.
That's silly, dude.
I'm glad we're on the same page.
It's like putting 20 extra pages in a book that goes, here's how I did it.
Cells become.
Go ahead, Coffee. Tell me where you came from.
See, where did I come from? Mom and
From
Dad.
Exactly.
After God.
You came from Mom and Dad, and where did they come from?
From yesterday.
Mom and Dad.
And trace that all the way back, buddy.
Dude, but nobody's evolving. Nobody's evolving from monkeys or rocks.
Yes,
or
they
pond
are.
scum. No, they're
And
not.
why do we still have monkeys?
Dude, pond scum. Pond scum
Because
get
you don't
hit by
understand evolution,
lightning, and
that's
then
why.
all of a sudden, like the lightning did something, and then at some point something crawled out, and then one day it grew like this, like little bump, and it was like, man, I like this bump. I'm gonna start like
That's not how it works.
I'm gonna start sticking it in this other thing.
That's not how it works. You
like
don't
a
understand
badge,
evolution.
and then I'm gonna like, oh boy, I'm gonna evolve my ween and do like a little bit more of a bump, and then one day it turned into a ween. Dude, like
It's
think
not
about
like
how
you get like
stupid it is.
Your first grade understanding of evolution is not adding up, buddy.
Right,
All right.
like can a
No, it's
tree?
silly.
Well,
Eventually,
we're
you've
not
got to
gonna.
freaking
I don't think
procreate
we should be
somebody.
arguing over.
50%
I
special and then
guys,
50%
Hang
not special.
Tonga, you're
Yeah.
only speculating anyway. Yeah, none of this is based in science.
No, it's
We're
all
not here to
based in
speculate.
science.
No, it's not,
No,
sir.
none of it's based in science. It's based in metaphysics and
No, it's all based in
philosophy.
science.
No, it's tradition
Sir.
actually.
Sir, the
That's what it
theory.
is.
Okay. The thing with evolution, okay, all that's known, okay, are what they, I forget the term, but it's something to do with micro adaptations or something. It's small snippets of genetic sequence that change over time. Okay, and we're talking like small amounts, like a couple dozen base pairs or hundreds of base pairs or whatever over
The
small
technical
periods of
term
time,
is
and only under
change
certain
in
conditions. Hang on, only under certain conditions. Okay. Now, there's an extrapolation that this goes back just using kind of like not exactly basic mathematics, but somewhat exponential or whatever, nonlinear, right? You extrapolate back and infer from that, right? That therefore, if we do adaptations of such an amount over such a period of time, this is how many would change. Okay, they're doing these.
Yeah, go ahead.
They're doing these mega extrapolations, and along the way, right, they make assumptions about what that would look like. And then they find correlations between what they do find and what they worked out, okay? And they piece them together, but they don't have the any evidence for the parts in the middle of the data points that they do have.
You're stumbling so hard, dude, and you're just wrong.
Dude. Okay. Have you ever worked in genomics?
Yeah, I have.
Yeah. Fuck you. No, you haven't.
Yes, I have.
Bullshit. Okay, so work out the theory. Work out as to how they account for all the periods and genetic variation between species. Okay, that they don't actually have any evidence for.
I don't even know what you're referring to.
Yeah, exactly.
No, you're just being obtuse. You're not saying anything.
No, I'm not being obtuse.
Yes, you are.
There are pockets of gaps between.
No, there's not.
Yes, there are, sir.
No, there's not.
No? So are you saying we have evidence of every single adaptation between species?
We have more than enough to paint a beautiful picture.
Yeah, exactly. So you can keep telling yourself that story, okay?
It's
and
not
making
a story.
these. Yes, it is, sir.
It's the story is backed up by all the scientific evidence.
All the scientists
The only one making up stories here is your story about creation and flat Earth. That's the only story here, buddy.
What story did I make up? I'm talking about me here, not the other people. Me.
Well, how did you get here?
You just said that we're all making up stories. Which story did I tell you? That I make up to you?
The story of how you got here.
I didn't say anything about how I got here, sir.
Well,
so now you're trying to read my mind and shit like that. Nah, you can fuck off with that. You don't know where I stand except for what I tell you. So
Well,
you can.
I want you to tell me.
Okay, so how about you start asking questions instead of making wild guesses and throwing shit in my face?
You want me to guess? You want me to? Now you do want me to guess what you're thinking, dude? Chill out.
I did not say that. I said, why don't you ask instead of making wild guesses and throwing shit in my face?
I didn't throw anything in your face.
You did. You said, "Oh, we're all making up stories," and I asked.
Well, there was another guy talking with you, bro.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So that's them and not me.
Okay, so I want to know what's your story.
Okay, so now you can start asking questions instead. But anyways, instead of just speculating on what everybody's saying or what everybody thinks based on what they did not say, you ask them questions. Okay, I just wanted to chime in with this whole evolution thing because it's a big thing. It's big. Okay, and there's a lot of guesswork in there, but everyone takes it for granted. Okay.
No, there's not a lot of guesswork.
Yes, there is, sir.
No, there's not.
Yes, there is.
That's not how science works.
Just look at
You're
the
right. That's why
channel.
it's not science.
It is science.
No, it isn't.
Twonga, just have a look in the chat at 19 minutes past the hour. Metaphysics, the branch
Actually,
of philosophy. Hold on, guys. The branch of philosophy that deals with the first principles of things, including abstract concepts such as being, knowing, identity, time, and space. They would regard the question of the initial conditions for the universe as belonging to the realm of metaphysics or religion, from Oxford Dictionaries. And then from journals, UCH Chicago or U Chicago, evolutionary theory contains no testable laws and is therefore a metaphysical research program. So no, not based in science or the scientific method or anything that is testable.
What?
Hold on.
What?
Just
No, not at
correct
all,
the
dude.
guy. The scientific method does involve guesses. Kind of the point of the scientific method.
No,
Is that it
the
does involve
scientific,
guesses.
no, we witness a naturally occurring phenomenon. We then ask some questions and we form a hypothesis on what we believe may be causing it. Then at that point,
Yeah.
Right, Hugh,
Hang on.
Hugh, you're right.
Hugh,
We make informed guesses and
Hang on, guys.
of that?
Let me finish. Let me finish, yeah? We then go and test that hypothesis, and we have
Right.
independent and dependent variables. So, such things such as, again, the initial conditions of the universe, being, knowing, identity, time, space, and evolution have nothing that is testable. Therefore, is
I don't see
metaphysical.
evolution in that quote.
There is directly underneath the second quote. Sorry, I didn't put a space between it.
that's not-
Evolutionary theory contains no testable laws
You
and is
spliced that in
therefore
there.
I put it underneath the first citation. If you have a look, it says powered by Oxford
It's
Dictionary.
not in the metaphysical definition, sorry.
No, it's not in the metaphysical definition. The metaphysical definition states abstract concepts such as being,
That has
knowing,
nothing to do with
identity,
evolution.
being would have something to do with ourselves, being, knowing, identity, time, and space. And then secondly, I gave a second citation that states I gave something second. I gave a second that states there is nothing testable.
I don't know where you got that from, but that's not true.
In evolutionary theory, therefore it belongs in metaphysical
That
research.
sounds like an opinion. That's not a
No,
fact.
So what are you testing?
So hold on. I'll give you a simple thing. So I don't know the specific names. The other guy can tell you, but they've made guesses before based on this theory. Okay, if we believe that these fossils that we see, the complexity of these fossils and the speciation of these fossils, according to the however deep they are, right? They've made predictions as to the kind of fossils they would get at a certain location in a certain height, right? And they found fossils that correlate.
Exactly.
So they have made guesses.
Exactly.
They have
the fossil record, especially for like people of average intelligence, the fossil record is a great way for you to understand how it works.
So, again, this does not belong in the realm of science and does not follow the scientific method.
It precisely follows it, buddy. I gave you the
rules.
guess, right? And I gave you the.
It follows the scientific method. So, what was your naturally observed phenomenon?
The fossil.
For
the fossils, dude.
For evolutionary theory.
The fossils.
Where are the fossils?
In the ground. Probably in some museum now or some department.
So you found some bones in the ground, some fossils in the ground, and then what?
But before we found them, we predicted what kind of the fossil it would be, how deep it would be, and where it would be, and then we found it there.
Did we? How did we do that?
Predictive.
I didn't know that's how we found fossils.
No, I'm talking about the specific. Well, you asked for a testable thing of evolution.
I'm asking you for evolution, the science behind evolution. I'm asking you for what was a naturally observed phenomenon. And then from there,
the phenomenon was increasing complexity of fossils as we go up in the geological strata. That was the phenomenon.
Okay.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Fossils were changing in a predictive pattern as we go up in the stratosphere. Based on that phenomenon, we made predictions on the kind of fossils we would observe in certain locations at certain whatever the fuck, how deep it is.
Cool. So now, what's your independent variable?
I'm not sure.
In this case, the independent variable would be where the position in the ground, bro.
How do bones and the position in the ground
You have to have a basic
become an
understanding of
independent
geology.
variable? How are you manipulating this, and how are you coming to the assumption that these bones have evolved into what we are today? That these other bones or species had anything to do with us? Yeah, none of this is
Yeah, how
testable.
did you? How did
Yes,
you
it's
come
all
to this
testable,
assumption?
dude. You just don't
Yeah,
understand
how
it.
did we?
No.
Hold on. How did we come to this assumption? We came to this assumption because we saw the pattern in the bones, right? And then
Okay, so
and
an
then when we
assumption.
predicted when we predicted correctly the fossil, that confirms the
No,
assumption.
it's not an
So the
assumption. It's
assumption
a
is a bit stronger.
hypothesis.
Yeah, whatever.
Oh my
It's all the
gosh,
same thing.
you two are so lost,
Yes,
man.
hypothesis.
This is pathetic.
Is there someone else who can explain it better than me?
Yeah, please do.
Because these guys just aren't getting it.
No, you're doing a good job. Okay, what these guys are forgetting is that in a hypothesis, there's 2 or 3 main main components. Okay, neither of which in this scenario, okay, are being utilized. Thus, kind of relegating it to not a scientific hypothesis. Can be a hypothesis, but in some other form, right? Certainly not scientific. Okay, you have your
These morons have been here for months, and they have no clue what a scientific hypothesis is
these
after
guys,
it's been stated.
these guys
1,000 times.
These guys barely sound like they're out of fucking high school. It's so sad. Anyway,
They've been in this chat for months, and they've heard all this stuff that you're saying over and over.
You're not explaining it, dude. Go ahead. I'm waiting.
No, okay. If you're neglecting the what other people are saying and have been for several months, and they already
He's
told
not
you
talking about me, dude. This is the first time I've ever talked about evolution in here.
Everybody's calm, right?
Okay, so
I mean,
well,
the other guys
let me
don't
ask
have
you.
clue. These guys are.
Let me ask
don't
you.
understand. This guy, that
All
guy
right.
doesn't matter either.
All right, well, let's check this out, right? So there's this supposed new guy, right, who's got a basis in science. Okay, what are the 3 components of a hypothesis?
You're asking me?
Yes, sir.
It's got to be testable and falsifiable. What more
What
do
are
you
the
want?
components of a hypothesis?
I just told you it's got to be testable and
To
falsifiable.
have a hypothesis, you need to have a brain. And more
That's
than
number
that.
1. That's number 1 to form it, right? Now, how do you structure it in a manner that you can actually utilize throughout your scientific experiment?
There's
Don't look
many
it up.
ways.
Oh my god! Are you guys just
Dude,
bitching about this?
he's the one that said I was talking like a
Is
first
this what
grader.
this
Come,
is?
give me a
Is
break.
this what this is? Hold on. How
You're
is
not answering the
the
question.
example that I gave? Yeah, I don't know the answer to your question. I don't know the specific formulation of a hypothesis that's correct. But this
I'm
is
not
what you're
talking
bitching
to
about.
you, man.
If the hypothesis is not formulated correctly, look,
Bro,
how's the
why are you
prediction
talking?
of look?
Why are you talking? I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to the other guy. You've been in here for fucking ever. You should know this shit already. This guy doesn't, supposedly. Or supposedly he
My
does.
question to you. Right.
Why are you interrupting? Why are you interrupting? Why are you interrupting, sir? I'm speaking to the other guy. Come on, man. Now I think you're just fucking buying time so this guy has a couple seconds to actually go look this up.
Dude, I'm not even. I don't
Man,
even.
it doesn't matter if we can answer it or not, bro. The point is, look,
Why?
how is that
Why
not
not?
scientific? The example I did.
Dude, this is natural science. Okay, we're talking natural
Science and
science here.
magic have a same thing.
Why are you talking?
All I'm saying, you said the hypothesis
Why are
is
you
scientific. All I'm asking for is why.
Why do I have to keep asking the fucking question? How thick are your
Because
fucking
that's what the
skulls?
example of.
Why? I'm not talking to you, man. I'm not asking you these questions about science. You're interrupting. Now I'm talking to you now because you're being a dick. The other guy, the snob, 16-year-old.
You think I'm 16 because I have a voice like this, but I'm actually much older and smarter than you.
Because you're a soy boy. You're a beta male. You sound like a girl.
Dude, so do you, heretic. You have the fucking same tone that I have, asshole.
No, I don't.
Yeah,
Yes, you do.
No, take the clips of both our voices and listen side by side.
Yours is just as soy as mine, buddy. Let me tell you.
So you admit you're
Yeah,
soy.
they got the
Well, I'll
same
take that
voice,
at least. That's
definitely.
progress.
Yeah, that's probably challenge down some
Because
edamame
I
beans.
actually have self-awareness, unlike a lot of you. But go ahead.
All right. So be aware of this question and answer it. What are the three components of a scientific
I
hypothesis?
just told you, bro. We're not going to play these games.
No, you did not.
A
You answered it
hypothesis has to be.
incorrectly.
Okay, I'm not going to go by your AI-generated answers, buddy.
AI-generated answer?
No, it's
Tell me the three components. Go ahead.
Did you pass? What did you do in your, grade 10, grade 11 science and physics classes?
Yeah, you really are at a high school
I
level,
mean,
dude. Sorry to
magic
break
and
it to you.
science
No, these
is
no,
the
these are the
same because
basic.
it's repeatable.
It is
This is the
repeatable. So
basics of science, guys.
How do you structure it so it is repeatable? Fuck.
Do it.
Doesn't have to be repeat, dude. Repeatable has nothing to do with it.
Repeatability
You're
has
literally
nothing to do with
stumbling
science.
over the most basic concepts right now.
To repeat
Are
is
you
to do
saying right
something
now
twice.
that a hypothesis does not have to be repeatable? An experiment does not have to be
An
repeatable?
experiment does. We're talking about the components of a hypothesis. We're not talking about the
Yeah,
whole
which is
experiment.
part of the experiment. So you set it up in a way that is
Obviously,
repeatable.
you design your experiment that way.
Then you
We're
need
not
a
talking
theory.
about that.
So what is the what are the pieces of a hypothesis that go to support this?
The theory, the
You
plan.
haven't. Are you talking about
Oh
the
my
independent
gosh.
and dependent variable? What are you talking about?
Thank you very much. Independent, dependent control variables. Okay, great job, Einstein. Okay, so now in your so-called experiments, right, with evolution and shit, what independent, dependent, and control variables are put in place? Go.
They are literally endless.
Okay, so give me one.
We just did. We were talking about the fossil record.
What were the independent, dependent, and control variables?
Would you like me to construct a simple hypothesis for you right now?
Show me one.
Would that help you?
No, cite me one. Cite me one.
Why not just come up with one on the spot?
If you can cite one, that would be great because it's already been done.
Dude, I told you, I'm actually not near. I'm not near a keyboard right now.
It's not just. Well, thank you. Well, then you can shut up.
I'll try to find it.
Because we're looking for citation and references to other work that other people have done, right? That have, claims can be actually verified and are credible.
It's laughable that you try.
Let me try another way because
I was fifth grader when you are.
All right.
I got to go very quickly, so let me try another way. So a hypothesis, you need three things. You need facts, direct testing, and evidence, right? And you need to be able to answer the three essential components is if, then, because. So if we're talking about evolution and bones, if I find these bones, then humans must have evolved because it doesn't work, buddy.
Dude, there's many ways you can make that work. Would you like me to explain that to you?
You do not have any direct testing or evidence. You don't have a independent variable,
There's
as stated.
plenty of it. Literally all the evidence supports it, my friend.
I'll be back, guys. Got to go pick up people, kids.
Yeah, stick to the flat Earth because evolution's not the strong suit in this chat. That's obvious.
If you could just which fossil was
Oh,
it?
I ran away.
If you could just give me the name of the fossil, I'll just look it up and here.
Do we have to keep talking about evolution, though? It's a bit of a sidebar.
Yeah, no, we can stop talking about it.
So how about this? Prove abiogenesis or just get back to flat Earth?
Thank you. That was the word I was thinking of. I was going to ask about that. I forgot
Yeah,
the
just
word
one
that
last
you
thing
out of my
about
mouth. Go for it.
evolution.
Can somebody simulate the beginning of life according to evolution in a lab, abiogenesis? Just take a bunch of inert matter and just throw it together and just come up with the right formula and the right interaction between these things to just have life take off just purely out of inert matter. Can you do it?
Well, they've made RNA, which is pretty close.
Really?
Jazz. Hey, what's up, Jazz?
RNA is not going to cut it.
So
You need
if
a
let's
whole
say
living
5
organism.
plus 5 is 9, is it
But one
okay to
last
be
thing.
close?
So Dave, wait a minute, huge ass.
sorry.
You said that Dave made RNA, right?
Yeah.
Sounds like intelligent design.
Oh my
Well,
God.
maybe I should have phrased it better. But look,
It is
one last thing
intelligent.
about the evolution, because it's just kind of my
So evolution, I guess, is
kind of my.
self-defeating because even if
I'll
you
shut
could
up.
replicate it, you'd have to do it intelligently.
The biggest thing now this is just a logical thing, right? So we know what genes are, right? And we know how they pass from generation to generation, right? We can study how these genes change, right, when they move from a parent to a son, right? And we can detect how related you are to someone using these genes, right? That's how paternity tests work, right? We have real life
Hey,
applications
no
of
Bobby,
genetics,
bitch, your
right?
grandma dick
And
on Poppy. She finna pull it and twist it. She call me Peppy. She not even Spanish. I'm gonna go fuck on that bitch. She finna
So
go lick on my
if I measure the amount of
So the
steps
point is-
that I take in a day, does it tell me everything about how a swimmer would swim?
No, that's not the case. But the point that making an analogy here is very hard because genetics is how we measure how related you are to someone else, right? And that's why people started. That's why it confirmed the hypothesis of a common, ancestor, common whatever it is. That's the reason why people believe that. That's all I wanted to say about that.
But you're looking for external causation in the examination of a phenomena, which we can account for by. Doesn't tell us anything about how those traits began, what started it all off, which is the claim that you're putting on the table.
Well, the claim is that we are all related, right? That's all I was saying, and genetics shows us that.
But how are you going to get anything living without a flat Earth?
Booyah.
That's true.
Yep, true.
Fucking fed, man. Love you. Just chime in.
Crazy. It's crazy, bro. It's crazy.
Did you hear that last kid?
Somebody wrote a song about that. Crazy.
I know of no place that contains life aside from flat Earth.
Hey, guess what? We live on Earth and we can check it out. That's all I'm saying.
What happens one day when we do find like microscopic life somewhere else?
I don't care.
What do
I'm
you
turning
guys
it to the server topic.
Yeah, I guess that's the fact.
Well, I live in 3x3 radius.
That's cool.
That's cool. Yeah, that's cool.
3x3 radius.
How's that working out for you, bro?
It's like a 9 radius, or like what? Where do you get
9 radius, then you will get seizures.
Oh, well, be careful, man. You should move.
Nah, I'm just joking.
I would move if I was you, bro.
Yeah, get you a 6x6.
Damn. It's going to get you a 6x6 radius. Moving up.
That's kind of funny, man. I'm sorry. I like to make jokes of this stuff, man. My bad.
I got a good joke.
What do you got?
The Earth's a globe.
That's a good one, man. Oh, shoot. I've been looking into that one for a while, man. The globe is coming up a little short, man. It's missing a few pieces. It's got too many pieces. Yeah, it's all over the place, that globe. It's crazy.
A few screws loose.
A few screws loose. Kind of crazy numbers, Astronomical numbers, man. Astronomical. I love that term. That's hilarious.
You just say that you can get away with whatever numbers you want.
Get away with it, man.
Missing
Exactly.
a
Just say
few
whatever you want. Get
pieces.
away with it. What's
Missing a
that,
few
Bear?
pieces.
What?
Missing a few pieces. Yeah, you. Yeah. Missing more than that.
I'm missing all kinds of pieces, but
Like it's been lobotomized or something.
Like
it's
my
called a,
my
hey heretic. It's called a lobotomy, bro.
like my
Lobotomy. That's what's happened to these globals. They've been lobotomized.
Lobotomized, bro. It's been lobotomized. That goes back like 6 years ago. I was saying that, man. Anyway,
I never heard that before. Nice.
that's a good one.
Oh, damn, that's old. I was gonna say, fuck, there should be a meme for that. It'd be perfect.
Lobotomy. Yeah.
Wait. Wait, there's
a
no
frontal
way.
globe, a frontal globe, globotomy.
Frontal
There's
globotomy.
no way you guys believe that the Earth is flat.
Oh.
There's no way. There's no
That's a good
way.
one, too.
You're absolutely right. There's no
I
way
think
we
that
believe the
it's
Earth is
kind of a
flat.
prison.
Y'all are
100%.
fucking stupid, bro.
There's
The
no
Earth is
fucking
not
way we
flat.
believe the
Like,
Earth
are
is
y'all
flat.
retarded?
He said it right the first time. There's no way we believe the Earth is flat. He said it right. Did you guys catch that?
Yep. You're all over it,
Okay.
FAD.
Matrix, yeah. Did you catch? He caught it.
Yeah.
There's no way, Matrix.
I'm sorry, I read the
It's all
fucking
out
G name and thought y'all were flat earthers. My bad.
Yeah, we don't believe it. We know it to be. We know it to be so, sir.
Wait, so give me facts on why y'all believe the Earth is flat.
Hold on, did Forrest Gump
you're
just
not
call us
listening.
retarded?
You're not
that
listening.
the Earth is flat.
You asked us. You came in and made a statement that y'all don't believe the Earth is flat. You were 100% correct. We don't believe it's flat. We know it's flat. If you want belief systems, I don't know, go pray or believe in Santa Claus or whatever you do in your spare time.
Yeah,
Belief
but
is the
like,
enemy of knowing.
what is your proof on the Earth being flat, though?
71%.
It's a stuff called water.
It's level at rest.
Yeah, go ahead, Matrix. You go ahead. One of us has got to do it.
71% of your existence is water, mate, and water has this little habit of seeking level at rest. So how can you have a level ball?
What's our body being made up of?
No.
70% water got to do with the Earth
Not our
being
body,
flat.
Nazi. Not our body.
The Earth. The Earth.
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 Oh.
Yeah, water seeks level. The Earth is mostly covered in water, so that's all a surface that's seeking level. Planar in general, so not curved, not globular, not a sphere. It's really easy.
So if I go to the ocean and I look out and I see a nice level line across the horizon, that means it's a globe? Who came up with that crazy idea?
Am I gonna be able to see the equator from the beach?
Well, what if it's foggy or rainy, bro?
Yeah.
You're not going to see shit, you know?
And check this out, right? Even if it's not foggy or rainy where you are, chances are somewhere it is. That's number one. And then number two, even if there was not foggy and rainy anywhere down the line of sight that you're looking, right? Let's say it is optimally clear, right? You still get this phenomena similar to if you take a pane of glass, right? You know, like your window, right? You look through it, you see right through it. Stack 3 of those next to each other, you might still see very clearly through it. Stack 20, you're going to start seeing whatever light that's passing through it, either somewhat obscured or distorted or whatever, but certainly a lot dimmer, right? Stack 100, you're probably barely going to see through it at all, right?
Exactly.
So the air behaves similarly like that. So couple that phenomena with the decrease in angular resolution over a long distance, right? You're not going to see it's all going to conform to a really thin, kind of like 1 pixel, really dark line at some point anyway, arguably. Well, good luck with that.
Yeah, water seeks a level surface. Yep, level water. Earth mostly covered in water. You see see where this is going?
I guess so.
And funny enough, that's only one element of this entire argument.
Yeah, we got a
Right?
couple more, but we'll stick with water for a minute. What do you think of that, there, Captain? What do you think?
I just so how would gravity work if the Earth is flat? Because
well, gravity's you're gonna bring up we're talking about water level.
Oh, water.
We all see water level, right? There's no doubt that we all see water level. Lake, bathtub, ocean, it all looks level to us, period. It's not, the Earth is not trying to trick you, man. Trust me.
Yeah.
It's not trying to trick you, bro.
So what's fun about this, right? This is the baseline observation, baseline reality that we can witness, right? The claim to the contrary that it is actually conforming to some sort of spherical object is the counterclaim to our observation. Now, do you have any evidence to support that claim? Right? I know I was told growing up, oh, it is a ball, right? And we quote unquote know it is.
Hey,
I was never really
the boats
presentation.
go over the curve, man. The boats go over the curve. That's my
Now
evidence.
that one's interesting. It's interesting evidence that the quote boat going over the curve is an interesting phenomena, but it can be argued both ways, right?
That's
so that
true.
one doesn't really support us much.
You're right.
I'm talking about something concrete, like a fucking measurement, right?
Oh,
like with
measurement, like a tape measure or a laser or something like that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you're on the right track.
I'm
Like
tracking.
what I mean by that is like akin to let's say you take a basketball, right? You take a ruler to it, right?
Yeah.
It creates a tangent, right? Put ruler on the basketball, it's gonna land at one point. It's gonna touch the ball at one point, but on the edges of the ruler, they're gonna be
to drop off away from the ruler.
yeah. The ball is gonna be curving down below the ruler, so there's only really one point that it really touches, right? So some sort of experiment that would be like that, but on the surface, right? And then far out, couple dozens of kilometers, right? Do we see that sort of drop? And does it match what they tell us?
Look, dude, have you
Something
ever
like
been
that.
on a
I don't know
hill?
if you got it.
Hold on, let
You
me
ever-
let Renji
Yeah, you got any of that, bro?
Renji, man, what do you think about that, man? Think about it. What do you got on it?
Honestly, I'm just listening because I want to hear what y'all have to say about it.
That always happens when we talk too long. They stop engaging.
Yeah, I was trying to keep it going. I was trying to keep it going.
Could anyone describe for me like a water hill, right? Like I know when I'm standing on a hill because it looks like a hill. But you tell me all large bodies of water that are oceans are water hills. Well, like I know what it feels like standing on like the desert or the ground, whatever, and then standing on the hill. There's a difference in everything. It's not just like I can determine that I'm on a hill because at the horizon there's some differential for me being on the hill. That phenomenon is the same if I'm on the flat ground or on the hill. But when I'm on the water, it's exactly like being on the flat ground, never like being on a hill, and it never looks like a hill from any distance.
That's
so why is it
true.
a water hill?
Water hill. There's no water hill. We've been looking. I've been looking for that water hill for 10 years, and no water hill. That would be great. Somebody's got a water hill. Let me know. That'd be great.
You can get the water hill.
Those are waves, man.
Waves?
No, dude. You're
You
talking about
take
at best
a
a drop.
picture and then you turn it around. You can.
Like surface tension only extrudes so far, and you know why. You know it's the strength of the bonds in the molecules of the water that allow them to curve. And as soon as you go beyond like a certain amount of molecules, it's no longer able to express that curvature that happens under like 5 mils of water or something like that. And it's like you could look at things differently. Like you get out of the shower and you coat it in water. How many layers of water and how many hills in that water is on your body? Or is it just one layer adhering to surface tension, which gives it a flat surface, generally?
That's crazy, bro. Did he bounce?
Huh?
No, he's still here. My bad. Renji.
Yeah.
We went out and we measured the Earth because we live on Earth, and we checked it out. And there's supposed to be a certain size to this globe, and it turns out that we kind of falsified it. And if you're interested on maybe trying to figure out how we falsified it, well, we'd be happy to let you know how we did that, bro. But if not, you just want to listen, we'll just hang out. Either way, man, doesn't matter.
Honestly, y'all make very good points.
You bet your ass we do. I'll give you that. You are 100% right about that, because our points are verifiable and repeatable. And we can go out
But
and
they
do it
always
tomorrow.
appear different.
Or we can go out and do it next week. And it's super easy to do. And it's verifiable, and you can do it yourself.
Interesting stuff when you stop and have a think about it, eh, mate?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, Renji, I'm gonna scout out something I saw not long ago on this matter. I think you'll like it. Give me a minute.
Right on, Mick. Hey, Matrix, turn up your mic, man. I got you cranked up. I can barely hear you, bro.
Hey, I'll phrase it to you like this. The curvature of any body of water is denoted by the volumetric curve of its container, not its surface level, ever. So the only way you get water curve is by its adherence to its volumetric principle, not its level principle. They're completely inverted to each other, and they're always at conflict. That's how it does what it does. It's like a valley. Like you take the water out of the oceans, and what do you see? You see a valley, yeah? So you're standing like at the bottom of this mountain, and then there's a flat plain that you see on the other side of the valley, but first you've got to traverse through the valley and go under sea level into that valley. That's where the curvature is. The flat level of surface level, even without water, you see straight across to the other side of the valley. It lines up, right? Why does it do that?
Because we live on Earth.
Environment.
What's that, Ranger?
I mean, the sides of any valley, like even the biggest one that you want to see, like the Grand Canyon, do they go at a 45-degree angle? Do they adhere to any kind of curvature? I mean, maybe they shouldn't, but would they anywhere if, say, the valley moved and then suddenly it's moved in alignment on an angle from the bottom? No, it's just parallel lines, depression in the ground, flat surface across the top. Why is it doing that? Why does everything find a level? If it's ground, if it's water, it seems to function off this baseline reality that we call the cardinal plane, yeah, the ground.
Dude, water's level. We checked it out.
Someone said the Earth's
Floors
not
are
scientific,
level
man.
too.
That was really good. Do you guys think that the moon is trying to trick us?
Jazz, what was the question?
Well, you guys think at least that, trust your eyes, trust what the Earth looks like. The Earth isn't trying to trick you.
Oh yeah.
What about the moon?
Yeah.
Is the moon trying to trick us?
I don't know. I've never been there, bro. I can't I mean,
Well,
it
what
looks,
does it what does it look like?
The moon is not the Earth.
yeah, man.
Looks like a disc.
It looks like a flat disc with some markings on it, and it slightly rotates. And it, of course, every 28 days it goes through its cycle. And
I mean, dude, even the ancients knew this, right? You go look at those ancient solar system maps. They said discs. Here's the sun disk. Every culture on every continent, they produced a map with a sun disk. They never put a ball, like a metal ball, which they could have made easily, and fixed a metal ball to the top of this map. It might have even been more durable and sustained less damage, but they considered it important to depict the solar system with the Earth at the center and the discs in the sky. Keyword, circles, yeah? They had the option, but they chose one way. Why? And they were master builders. They built better than we do.
Oh, they're master builders.
Well, the thing is, when you look at the moon, or at least when I look at the moon, you know, especially with a telescope, seems from my eyes, seems to me like a big rock.
Well,
It's got
we've never.
shadows, it's got craters on it.
Hey,
right?
Jazz, you've never seen the other side of it. You know that. We only see one.
But it's
face
got,
of the moon.
but we know
And
that it's three dimensional because it's got
do we have
shadows
it?
on it.
It looks great. It looks like shadows. It totally lines up with all kinds of crazy, looks perfect. But
Here's the problem
the
with
fact is, man, none of us have ever seen the other side of it. Just admit that, bro, and you'll be all right.
here's the problem with celestial bodies, that they have an apparent position, and no matter how high you go, they stay at the same apparent position to you. So they don't act like things here on Earth. There is no way to figure out a distance to them or the shape of them or anything. And even most importantly, you can't go to them to verify that they're whatever you think they are. So in your mind, just like you can look out and say that you see curvature from your point of view to out in the distance, but you don't see it left to right, you impose that idea on your own thoughts. So you think that they're spheres, but they don't actually present themselves to you as spheres.
Well, a couple of things, a lot of things actually. So you said, well, we can move a distance, and the moon seems to be at the same place. Or even if you guys have noticed, if you go on a car ride, if you look at the sun or the moon, it seems to even follow us, right? I don't know if you guys have noticed that.
Yes, actually, that's a very good point that you just made. Yeah,
Right. So
why they're apparent positions, because they're observer dependent. So just like it follows you when you move, when you walk down the beach, it looks like the sun is following you. Or or if it's at the moon too, it does the same thing. It looks like it's following you down the beach. Or even light that reflects off of something, if it's not the actual light and you see a reflection of a light, it follows you also. So you don't really know what the celestials are.
well, the reason why I brought that up is because immediately after that you said that's why we can't know the distance, right? But I would say that of these objects don't change or even seem to infer from that at the very least that they are very far away, right? Because that's how objects
Yeah, but
behave when they're really far away from you. So I think that's one thing we can at least infer from that.
The moon doesn't do that. So you go up in elevation and the moon doesn't look like it's getting closer. And it should be the thing that's closest to you. So at some point it should look like it's getting closer, but it doesn't. It stays at the same apparent position with elevation.
Right. That's exactly what I'm saying. That shows us that the moon is very, very far away. Right?
But
because
you're supposed to think that somebody went to this
Far
thing.
away. Whoa, how the fuck do you
Yeah,
miles away.
Mess that up.
How do you prove it's far away, man? That would be cool.
Well, one thing you can do is you can bounce radio waves off of it.
If I take a penny and I
No, you can't.
If I take
There's
a penny,
nothing that can verify that, actually.
I'll send it to you right now. So
You can
what we can
verify
do
it
is
with imagination.
we can send so we can bounce radio waves off of it, and we know the speed of the radio wave, right? So we measure the time it takes to take the reading, and we can measure the distance of
How
the
do you
moon
know
that way.
you're hitting the moon if it's in an apparent position, dude?
If you hit it, if you aim the satellite somewhere else, it won't reflect back. That's how we know that the moon is
Okay, so
that it is one, it is bouncing off the moon, and two, that the moon is physical.
Hey,
did you
Jazz,
test
let
this?
me ask you
Yes.
something, bro.
Did you
Let me
try
ask,
to hit? Hold on. Did you test this yourself? Did you try to aim not for the moon and see if it bounced back or something like that?
Well, of course, I haven't done this myself, but I'll send you a
Moon is in
video,
an
10
apparent
minute
position.
video. I'll send you a 6 minute video.
I've already seen it. It's fine. I'm saying that this isn't
Oh,
verifiable.
okay.
You're saying that something is
But
happening. How long will it take you to bounce that off of something so far away, like you said? It's so far away. Shouldn't it, take a minute to bounce
it
back?
depends on the speed of the wave.
Okay, so if you bounce it off of, say, something not the moon, somewhere else, does it take the same amount of time to bounce back? Do you even know if it bounces back? Have you tested this yourself?
no, he
Well,
hasn't. None of it.
they've bounced waves off of the sun as well.
Nobody's done it. Not in this room, anyway.
Well, I was gonna send a video, but she said she's already seen it. And how you can verify it yourself? You can just go to your local, you can just call up your local physics university, or whatever, and you can ask them, do you have a radio waves that you can do you do this experiment? They do this in universities all the time. People bounce things off of celestial
I
objects.
know a guy that went to the university and did it, and even he was like, "This is kind of like not really verifiable." They shot out like trillions of photons, and like they got like 3 of them back, and it was like, "Oh, there it is, we got it." It was like
Yeah,
really
but the
shitty,
distance
bro.
that they
It was
calculated,
shit, man.
but the distance that they calculated with the time that they measured was
Yeah.
at approximately 4 million miles.
But it went from trillions down to 3 photons. It was like, wait.
Yeah, but the photons that bounced back,
It was
the time that they came back in, did that correspond with
time,
4 million
yeah.
miles? Well, yeah, okay, so
Like 2 seconds. Boom. That's it.
yeah,
2
the waves are very fast.
It's quick, man. It's fast. It's super fast. So fast. It's so fast.
So if you consider the degree of loss in that matter, okay, think about it. If you send trillions and you get 3 back, let's say it was 3 trillion, and you get 3 back, that's a 99.99 with like 5 nines decimal points % loss. Okay,
No, that's not. It's not that you're shooting at an apparent position, and then taking some sort of you don't get the same reading. You don't get all the photons back. Like, and how do you expect?
Well, of course you won't get all the photons back because presumably the moon is spherical, right? So if you bounce a ray of parallel beams onto a spherical object, you're obviously gonna get a very small percentage of them back, right?
No, but here's the thing, right? These beams, right, that we're calling parallel, they're only approximately parallel. Okay, we know this. Lasers, for example, they're supposedly parallel beams of light, but in reality, they're actually cones.
The convergence
but they're just very. Now it's negligible for a laser, like a handheld laser over a
What
couple
type of
kilometers.
laser?
Let me finish. Right?
Look, this doesn't help what you're saying, because
There's
if
many
anything, that they would diverge, right? That wouldn't help you.
Hang on. Right?
Hang on. Hold on.
These are not exactly parallel lines. Okay, over a large distance like this. Okay, the expansion of the beam. Okay, we don't know how far this thing is, so we're only guessing. Okay, and that might actually factor into the loss rate and all this stuff. That's number one. Number two, we're not accounting for the possibility that what actually came back, right, in these 3
photons or whatever. Okay, how do we even know that was actually the exact? That was actually from the initial sender. You know, if we've got background microwave radiation and shit of all sorts of different frequencies and all that, how do we know that what came back didn't just so happen to be some random fluctuation from some random fucking anywhere? Okay,
Look,
we don't know.
people have done this across the world, and all of them get approximately 250,000 miles. Okay, I don't know what to tell you.
So do you have can you cite some sort of meta-analysis on this?
Hey, guess what, man? They stopped doing this throughout the world like 3 years ago. They absolutely stopped it.
Okay.
There's not one.
There's
There's not one place you can go and do this fucking test now today. Not one, and they stopped it.
Well, you can buy one yourself.
Funding it.
You can
They
buy a
stopped
ham
funding
radio yourself.
So I would like that meta-analysis that compiles all this stuff together and shows a very small range of deviance, suggesting that it's actually all very accurate. Thank you very much.
Well, I don't know if that meta-analysis has been done, but
Find
I can
the
tell you
city or
that this is done
something.
in university. Like, this is not like you can just go to your local university or ask them about this.
Okay, so you mean to say that you know that they've been doing this all over the place, and they're all
Very standard thing. But it depends on how.
Hang on. The claim on the table was that they're doing this all over the place, and that they've got the same more or less results. How do you know that to be the case unless you have some sort of reference to quote all the other places that are doing it? A meta-analysis was just one example. That would have been a population of it all. But if you have the references to all of them and you've scoped over them all, that's another thing that could be acceptable too.
Well, look, to be very honest, it's all anecdotal data from my friends who do physics in uni, right? But it's from what it seems to me, like any good university with a lot of funding that has this kind of equipment does this experiment. Like, it's part of the curriculum.
Thank you very much for going against what you actually initially said and speaking the truth and saying I don't actually have the references or any source.
My friends who do this in uni.
Okay, so I'm pulling. Yeah, so
thank you
so thank you for not being able to cite anything for us on this matter. Thank you.
Look, I can send you a YouTube video. The lady says she's already seen it.
Okay, but this stuff that you would send, have you actually gone over it yourself?
Yes, I've seen it.
Okay, so that's why I said before, but you didn't say anything about it. So if you want to send some stuff, that'd be great.
Okay, I'll send this. I'll send a 6-minute video, right? Using the moon as a radio that reflected excess. Not
the video. Not the video. I'm talking about material, source material, academic papers and shit like that.
Oh, okay. Okay,
Hey,
that's
Mick.
that.
Hey, Mick.
Very academic in this VC.
Hey, Mick. Back in 1962, they did this test, bouncing lasers off the moon. They came up with the distance, and it was before the retro reflectors. Okay, this is way before the retro reflectors. So I just want to keep everybody up to speed on that real quick, because when you mention retro reflectors, they did it in 62 without retro reflectors, and they came up with the same results. And so nobody mentioned retro reflectors. They did it in 1960 fucking Thank you. Cool, man. They stopped doing this test years ago, 3-4 years ago, man. There was only like one place in the whole country that you could do it, but it's like, we're done funding that shit. Next, they closed it down, man. But it was a weird test, man. Like you said, like you shoot trillions of fucking photons, and then you
Well, the
get back.
test you're talking about is when they went for Apollo
It
11
was
or
way
something.
before
They put
Apollo. Yeah, it was during the Apollo. Yeah. But they did it in
yeah. So what you're
62,
talking about is they
and
put
then
reflectors on the moon,
they put the
and then they bounced.
now and then yeah, they did the test up until about 3 years ago with the retro reflectors. Yeah, they did that one. But they did it in 62 without retro reflectors. So that's kind of hard to explain, man. Like it doesn't matter whether
And
reflectors
that's
or
gonna
not.
keep repeating, probably. Those two.
Welcome to Flat Earth, everybody. I hope you guys are having a nice, safe travels and traversing this great flat Earth that we live on. If you don't believe it's flat, man, go outside and check it out, man. I don't care. But I did. And yeah, it's without a doubt. We checked it out. It's flat and stationary. And we got all kinds of stuff we can talk about that. But, you know.
So look, a lot of these websites that I bump into, they have like, you need to pay to get access or something. So
Yeah,
I'll just
Jazz.
pay
Yeah, we get
one of
it.
these.
We get it, bro. Don't worry, bro. It's
I'll
take your
pay
time.
one of these.
Come back, you know, this
This is
weekend.
the lunar ranging experiment. I just sent it. You can pay if you want. I don't know, but I just went on Wikipedia and this is one of the citations. This is called the McDonald's Observatory in Texas.
Yeah.
And they bounce lasers off the moon.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of observations.
Sure, I believe it 100%. Yep. Go ahead.
Well, no, the other guy asked me to bring a citation. I didn't know we were doing like a
Well,
citation.
I appreciate, you know, Mick, man. I don't know if that's your citation you're looking for. Mick's probably checking it out.
Yeah, I hate that fucking everything on the internet is behind a paywall, dude. I hate that.
Oh, dude. Oh man, there's a whole documentary about that. The way that they make you pay for stuff through the universities, and it's incredibly incredibly.
Yeah,
suck.
university is a scam, man. You're not gonna see me deny that. Now,
Yeah,
the
you won't
thing
deny
is, you
that.
have
It
to
just sucks.
fall to the scam because you need these skills.
I think that, you know, if you go to a university that was, you know, you pay to go and you put out a paper, and I know that a lot of universities, you know, they get tax money or whatever, and it's like, why is all this information behind paywalls, bro? I mean, come on.
Yeah, man, I agree with you.
Not right.
100%.
Totally wrong, man. And that's my opinion. You know, I'm sure you agree. We should
Yeah,
all have
opinions.
access to all information.
Opinions should be 50-50, right? When it's business time.
Do you want to pay for your information, or you want to get it, you know, that somebody else already paid $100,000 to fucking publish a paper?
I already paid it.
You paid, but your information should be accessible to all and questionable by all, right? Because that's the whole idea behind academia, man, is that you put out something and somebody tries to prove you wrong, or tell you you're full of shit, or you're right. Maybe you're right, 100%. You're right. We like that too. We like all sides of it, but it should be free to all, in my opinion. Yeah.
But yeah, man, look, the whole point of me bringing up the moon was it seems like a rock. It is a rock, right? That's how it should be. If you guys actually, you know.
Hold on, I got a question for you, right? This is for
Mhm.
everybody. Do you remember back around, I think it was 2006, 8, we had the Saudi cleric come out and try to demonstrate that the Earth was stationary? Do you all remember that?
Fuck. No.
No, this is the first time I'm hearing this.
Yeah, no, this is going back way over a decade here, but I'll drop you hold on, I'll drop you a link for it.
Well, good.
But anyway, right, this is going to lead into my next kind of just statement. I know it's a bit early for Sunday, but you remember the whole like weapons of mass destruction thing in like Iraq, you know?
Yeah, so Saddam Hussein, yeah.
Yeah.
Right. So if mass isn't real, yeah, follow me here. Weapons
Yeah.
of mass destruction would be coming out with something that decries everything heliocentric. And hell, maybe this was like hacked out of the databases of Saddam Hussein's plan for his country. You know, maybe in
That's
the East they're smelling the winds of the past and comparing them with the winds of the likely future of being a bombed out, you know, crater. And they're like, well, maybe we should stop funding these psychos. And then what happens? War on terror time. Yeah,
That's
mass destruction. You got to protect that mass.
Hold on, that's a stretch. Although I get what you're saying.
The
That's a
mass.
stretch. The
I like it.
go
That
about.
was interesting.
Hold on,
Interesting
hold on,
use of
hold on.
mass. Anyway, go ahead,
Hold
Flatsy. Go ahead.
I want to say that that's a stretch to even bring that up. Just puts people into that conspiratard mode. Let's talk about this.
Yeah.
The fact
Well, I wasn't trying to start a whole new topic. I just wanted to relate the way that like they have this thing in the East of like the flat cosmology in certain places.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, we know that there's dodgy things about how the West interacts with the East and the assumptions they want us to have about them.
Yeah,
Anyway,
I
I
got.
don't want to start a Sunday thing.
I would rather you take this route. When you talk about that, say that NASA is the one that gave the intelligence to the government because it's supposed to be a government agency. NASA is
Real?
the one who told them that there were weapons of mass
Real.
destruction.
Wow.
Got satellite footage of it, and then they came out and apologized and said that they didn't have weapons of mass destruction. So NASA lied. They lied.
Yeah, this is what I tell you guys because you guys know all kinds of things about the stuff that I just infer.
Well, I appreciate it, brother.
All right, check this out.
Check it
Check
out.
this out.
Check it
I
out.
don't know if anyone got a chance to look at the article Renji sent. Is he still here?
Yep. He's still here. I believe.
Sir,
Oh, wait, did he bounce?
He might have bounced.
Fuck, man.
Okay.
Anyway,
This article that was sent.
but
This article.
Jazz was asking about this too, though, weren't you, Jazz?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So notice that this article that's sent. Okay, so it's just the abstract. Okay, I read through the skimmed over the abstract. Nice story. Okay. And then to boot, get this. This is an abstract for an article that was published in 1973. 50 years ago. Okay. There's no data. And then it's claimed that this is, quote, my proof.
Interesting.
Okay. So I thought that we were going to get something like maybe from 4 years ago, 6 years ago.
No.
Last year, University of
73,
so-and-so
baby.
from bumfuck nowhere did this, and it correlated with the other thing from bumfuck nowhere. And there was a range of, an accuracy range of 99.8% with an error margin of less than 1% error. And they match so perfectly. And then my fucking lunar body is definitely X miles or X kilometers away.
There's a reason why there's no data. It's because
Where the fuck is it?
they claim an ionosphere, so that would scatter radio waves, even bounce them back.
Signals are being,
Yeah, I call bullshit. Thanks, Renji. You lazy sack of shit.
Wait, you guys believe in the ionosphere?
Ionosphere? Ion.
Yeah.
Ions of what? We got an ion.
How many times have we told you we ain't on a sphere? I'm not on a sphere.
Ionus. I'm
Ionus.
Hey, I'm honest about the sphere.
It's already begging
You know,
the
if
question.
somebody stares at you, they try to make you afraid. Ionus, fear.
Well, they beg the question in the word, so I didn't want to bring that up, but I should have, because the whole bouncing radio waves off the moon. Don't you think that there would be some disturbance in your claimed ionosphere scattering the radio waves and even bouncing maybe 3 of them back?
Right. Interesting. I love it.
Hey, FED, you ready for some more questions?
Oh shit! No wait, dude, did we not get 19 out of 20, bro? Come on.
Correct.
I mean, there was only one. I think it was number 17. It was like, oh shit, I don't know, man. I can't answer that. There's no way, right?
Yeah,
But
I'd never heard
yeah,
that myself.
yeah. If you want to go like a couple, like I don't know, 5 or 6, that'd be
Well,
great, man.
Just so everyone's got a bit of context,
Yeah.
the other day on Facebook, in one of the stupid anti-flat Earth pages that seem to get jammed in my face quite regularly, someone had posted up, my very thanks to Person X for this wonderful list to expose the mental state and ignorance of flatties. 40 questions no flatty can answer.
No
And,
flatty can answer, bro.
questions I have never had answered by a flat earther.
Never
And-
been answered, dude. Never. We didn't never ever answer any of those questions, bro.
But just to give you an idea of the levels of stupid, this is
Ugh.
question 21. Have a go at this. If
Let's
you
go.
can only see up to 3 miles on a flat earth from the height of 6 foot, why can't you see over 17,500 miles when on a plane at 3,500 feet? Or 35,000 feet, sorry. That would be the implication on a flat earth.
You gave the answer. Right?
Holy
Well,
shit.
Seriously, guys. I mean, I'll go with atmospheric interference.
Yeah, can you
I'll go
please
with
get your
I'll
microphone
go with
fixed?
atmospheric. Dude, what the fuck is it? It's like you can't see through everything. There's no air. All that air.
You mean
man.
diffraction?
Wait, hang on. Can I ask you something?
Lensing, atmospheric lensing.
There you go. And lensing and yeah. Anyway, go ahead.
Can I ask, what were those numbers the guy
The
said?
numbers again. So question 21. If you can only see up to 3 miles on a flat earth from the height of 6 feet, why can't you see over 17,500 miles when on a plane at 35,000 feet? That would be
Okay,
the
so this
implication of
retard.
flat earth.
Okay, so this retard's taking a 2-to-1 relationship from miles to
Angular
feet.
resolution. God
Yes.
damn it. That's what I was thinking. Angular resolution.
Why did you change the question?
Go ahead.
I didn't change the question. I read it out again.
That wasn't the question. I was
Yeah,
trying to.
yeah. You
I'm
read
not-
it
I'm not-
twice differently. Yes.
I'll check
reading
the
is
tape.
hard.
I'll check the tape.
So I'm asking the question. The guy made a linear relationship of basically a 2-to-1 from inches
2 to
to
1.
miles. That's
Yeah.
that's a linear relationship. Lines don't happen on curved on spheres like that, right?
Looks like we're 20 from
Lines
21.
don't happen on spheres.
You don't have linear planes on a sphere, right?
Mick, right? Mick,
Right? You know,
right?
you
Right?
know, like, okay.
What's a linear plane?
But you can have
Plane.
lines on a sphere.
A plane. Yeah, but it doesn't intersect all points.
No, I
Right.
mean, we don't need the plane there, bro. We need just something.
Okay, fine. Maybe my question is malformed. It is late there, I'll admit that. But there seems something very strange about the simple 2-to-1 relationship there.
Yeah, that's not really the question, though.
Yeah. Did you hear it?
The question is, if you can't see 3 miles when you're 6 feet off the ground,
Wrong.
why can you?
Wrong. I will read it again. Question 21. If you can only see up to 3 miles on a flat earth from the height of 6 feet, why can't you see over 17,500 miles when on a plane at 35,000 feet?
Yeah,
That would be the implication on a flat earth.
that's completely badly written.
That's what the guy asked.
Fucking A, it is. You bet your ass it is.
So to start off with, you've got a straw
It's
man.
a fucking straw man. Fuck all written
Yeah,
shit. Piece of
But you
shit.
can only see if you can only see 3 miles when you're 6 foot tall on the ground. Why can you see blah blah miles
Why
when you're on air?
can't you see 17,500
But you can.
fucking miles from 35,000 feet, Mongo?
But you can see long distance. You can see further than 3
Okay,
miles when
well,
you're in
Some
the air.
people can't.
Okay, flat earthers are claiming you can see over 9.41 miles at 1 foot observer height on the flat earth.
Yeah, that's the globe Earth prediction. Yes.
No, it's not.
Yeah,
Okay,
it is.
live in your delusion. Thanks.
It's
okay.
my prediction, your prediction. You know that's
No.
what it is.
Nick Fixed, are you high or something, dude?
Am I high?
Yeah, you're all over the place. You're just jumping in. I don't even know what side of the aisle you're on. It's kind of weird. Anyway, whatever. Carry on. Sorry, I'm cranky. It's late.
I'm always happy when it's late.
All right, so back to the question, real quick. Say it one more fucking time, Matrix, please. Come on, man.
Okay. You all just love my accent. If you can only see up to 3 miles on a flat Earth from the height of 6 foot, why can't you see over 17,500 miles when on a plane at 35,000 feet? That would be the implication on a flat Earth.
Listen here, Kiwi. You love my accent.
That's a fucking straw man from hell, dude. Get the
Yeah.
fuck out of here. That's the worst straw man I've ever heard in my life, bro. That's it.
So it's
There's
a
even
straw
worse
man with a
than
2 to 1
that,
linear
definitely.
equation. Yeah, that's pretty foul, that. Oh, well, let's go to question 22.
How long would you guys be in the VC?
Sorry, say again.
How long will you guys stay online? Because I gotta go out. I have class, but I'll be back in like 2 hours. And I have something fun to bring up when I be back.
Just bring proof of curvature back, man. That'd be even better. Actually, it might
All
be
right.
funny
I'm
anyway.
just asking. I'll be back in like 3 hours. Yeah.
The notion that it's a globe Earth prediction to see over 9.41 miles on with a 1 foot observer's height on a flat Earth, that is not a globe Earth prediction.
It totally is.
Actually, you have to have the observation first and then adjust. So it's not a prediction; it's a postdiction. You never predict it before you observe it. You always factor in your terrestrial refraction after the observation. So no, it's not a prediction.
Yeah, it totally is.
Okay, then show me where you predict an observation before you observe it. Thank you.
Given the refraction, right, it fits in with the globe model.
Really?
Yeah.
So why is it with standard refraction at 1 foot we can see out to 1.9 miles? That's still not 9.4.
At 1 foot above the sea level, you're not going to get standard refraction. It's going to be way higher.
It's called standard refraction for a reason.
Yeah, but it won't be standard at 1 foot.
And you know this how.
You can see further closer to the Earth than you can further from the Earth.
The only problem with refraction, you might want to think about this, refraction bends shit down, reducing your availability of distance. So if you get rid of refraction, you'll be able to see even further.
Refraction lifts objects, distant objects, higher.
Bending
and
light
above the
down.
Earth.
That's right. That's what I said.
Yeah, it makes them appear higher.
So if your light is bent down, if you remove refraction, we'd be able to see it further. So with us being able to see 9.4 miles at 1 foot, and you're claiming refraction, if there was no refraction, we'd probably see 20 or 30 miles.
No, you'd see less.
So you're claiming refraction allows us to see further, true?
Absolutely.
Okay, then, why is it when we use infrared, which is known to reduce refraction, why is it we see a lot further using infrared technology? And your silence says it all. Thank you.
No, I'm not prepared for that.
Of course you're not. You didn't think.
That was a good
I
one.
don't pretend.
That was
I
a good
didn't know
one.
everything.
Yeah.
Anyways, question 22 of Balltard Stupid Questions. This one's actually getting closer to normal questions we get to hear. Why do
Yeah.
things consistently disappear bottom first over the horizon?
Oh shit.
That's a good question.
Yeah, I've got an.
Fucking shit balls
Because of
question.
perspective.
You can't explain that.
I can actually.
Angular
Because,
resolution.
listen,
Yeah, fuck off.
can I please? I'm gonna say it right now. Because things are obstructed bottom up on flat surfaces. Boom.
No, they're not.
Yes, they are.
No,
Haven't
this
you
is
seen
like
the coin sliding
eighth
along the
grade.
table trick?
Yeah, that's a trick.
Yeah, shit disappears on a flat surface.
But they don't though.
They do though.
But they don't though. It's a trick.
There's no trick in it. You just hold your camera level with the table, slide the coin, and watch it disappear bottom up. Any numpty can go and do it. Get
Yeah, but the
get a
camera-
friend.
No, that's the trick, right?
Yeah, that's
What,
the
having
trick.
a friend
The
in the
camera-
first place to hold the camera?
But that's
trick is
also
the camera-
a scientific trick.
The
It's
trick is
magic.
the camera isn't level with the table.
So you're claiming that they've deliberately falsified this, true?
Okay, I
Or-
put.
Yes, I am.
I put in.
So here's what we can
many
do.
ways.
How about Brenda goes and does the test or observation for themselves and come back with the results 3 times: camera above, camera below, and camera online, and see
Hold
the
on.
difference.
I got the proof right now in chat. I posted it. It's not a coin on the table. It's a coffee can. There you go. There's the proof that things are obstructed bottom up on flat surfaces. Boom. There you go.
Uh-oh.
Is
That's
that floor flat?
No, it's fucking curved, you idiot.
It was built by a globetard, so yeah,
How-
it's curved.
So therefore, it's not a proof.
I'm gonna go ahead and say this right now. That if somebody inspects your house and the foundation isn't flat and level, then you're not allowed to buy the house or move into it. You need a flat and level foundation on a house and the flooring to be flat and level for it to be to pass inspection. So why don't you go look at the inspection laws and see if you can have a floor that's not level?
Yeah, that floor is not level.
It is level.
No, it's
And
not.
it won't.
You can obviously see it isn't level.
See, that's your presupposition.
It's not a
Based off of your-
presupposition. The
It is.
bottom half
What
of the
about-
can is hidden by the curve of the floor.
Bottom half of the can?
Bottom part.
Bottom half? Bottom part? Yeah.
Yeah.
Bottom part.
It's hidden.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the claim is
The can is below the horizon of the floor.
so that's again what you're supposing is the reason
What I
for
see.
it.
It's just what I see.
Exactly. And if it's reasoned and demonstrated that it's not, then it must be some optical phenomena.
The bottom of the can is behind the curve.
Fuck it, I'm going to do this test myself, or this observation myself, and see if my table's curved. I'll be back.
My fucking God.
The bottom of the can is hidden behind the curve, guys.
Absolutely. You can see that it's hidden.
Come on, hurry up, Matrix. We're getting bored.
Usually, if I want to cut in to give you an answer for something, it's going to be clear, cut, and concise. Sometimes I do kind of drawn on, so you can absolutely stop me. But I always have a good, quick, quip answer if I unmute and come in. So I don't like to talk normally, but when I'm up late at night and everybody's asleep, I like to talk a lot more to you guys than I normally do.
Brenda left. I thought she was going to tell us how your floor was sloped and by how much. I was looking forward to the math on that.
You know what's funny? This picture is AI's AI Ardent Overlord. It's his picture.
Oh my God. Now that's even funnier.
Yeah, I know. He personally took it, so he does a lot of construction, and I think he's like he does private work. I think he does his own kind of private work, but you know, he's not gonna have unlevel floors at his house. Come on.
That's serious. If I was going to say, don't worry about butting in. I'm pretty sure I'm not alone on this. I much prefer your voice over quote his, if you know what I mean.
Even AI went out of his way to put a rubber band on that coffee can. Marks on the base board thing. What is it? The lining on the bottom of the wall. There's some scuff marks there, so you can compare them. And you can also compare where the rubber band is, that it's in the same position, that it hasn't changed. He did a very good job at this observation. He went out of his way to make sure that you could see that there was no trickery. So, Matrix, when you do this, make sure that you try to do that also. I'm inclined to. My name is Flatsy Klein, but I'm inclined to get down there and scrub the scuff marks off that those baseboards.
It's driving you nuts, isn't it?
I can tolerate it just for the demonstration that things can that they can be obstructed bottom up on flat surfaces. I can deal with it, but just the heads
I
up.
don't know.
A bit inclined to go down there and scrub. I'm nowhere near AI. I'm sure. I think he's on the East Coast, like
Oh, it just reminds me of my wife so much. She would do the same thing.
I'm here in Alabama, so I haven't been hardly anywhere outside of the bordering states near me. So
Why would you
one
want to
thing that
go
would be
anywhere?
sorry to interject. I was just going to say, one thing that would be very helpful in this demo from AI would be indicating the distance between the shots, right? So if he's 6 feet off the ground, but he's 5 feet away, and we see the whole coffee can,
and
he
his
puts it down
for you to
6 feet.
replicate. You can replicate this. So
I
also
trust it. It's just good for presentation,
right. But I think that his point is that you replicate it, so you
Okay.
can see the kind of distance because it's not some sort of crazy distance. It's someone
Right.
or inside their house, maybe on where they have a bit of distance from that wall to. It depends. It's probably not a corridor. If it is a corridor, it might be a corridor. I don't know, like a hallway, or it could be uh, positioned on a hallway where you have plenty of room in a living room, maybe behind it. I don't know. Next time, be sure to ask AI how much square footage his home is. Don't do that. I'm just kidding.
Don't forget to ask about the rate of curvature.
Alrighty, I took me happy little pictures. They were taken from 2 foot away.
Well.
And I kept the camera the same distance
You did
from
yours on the
the
countertop.
Yes.
Yeah, I can tell.
I'm not getting down on the floor. Shit, girl, I'm getting too old for that. This bastard getting back up.
Hey, learn where your camera lenses are on whatever you're using, and make sure that whatever camera lens you're using is the closest to the surface. On mine, I have more than one camera lens, and I can swap between the two. You just put your finger over each one and see which one you're accessing. When you go, are you using a phone?
Yeah.
So when you go to your camera, you look at it says 1 times and then 0.5 times.
Oh, that's I've got to adjust that on the screen. Yeah.
Yeah.
I normally just leave it at 1.
Yeah.
I don't-
See which one you use.
And presumably
I think
that's only 2-3 feet away or something like that, right?
Yeah, it's only 2 foot. Yeah.
It's interesting in the third image I posted on the second run in the hallway. If you zoom right in, the bottom appears, but when you zoom out, it disappears into the perspective of the shot. And it's, pretty much arguably the same as a bottom of a boat disappearing when you zoom out. So
you're
yeah, it
full of
is
curve then.
it is
That's what you're saying.
displayable. Well, I
According to
did
the
it
other
on a diagonal across the room,
No, it's
and then
not.
basically the length of the whole house. And the effect is the same in both shots, I think.
Yeah, these distances are so short. It's really hard to tell.
On my one. Yeah, it's too close.
There was
I'm starting to think
There
that
was-
AI camera. He must not be using iPhone.
Yeah, and don't iPhones have like 3 lenses on them?
Depends which models you're using. All the phones have got their own.
Mine too, but he either used a really good camera, or maybe he's on Samsung. I don't think he uses Apple at all. So
Man
Yeah,
after my own heart.
I don't use Apple. I eat
Yeah,
apples. Right.
Yeah, couldn't pay me to use it.
Have you guys ever seen that video of some chick was doing a video of what was it, a little mock-up, little model set or something like that. She was taking a shot from like an inch or something off the ground, and she opened and closed her door, letting in cold air or humid air or whatever, and you see live things kind of like shift around, and it's evident that the ground kind of like went up and things from the top went down or whatever, and the bottom of these little objects that she was filming got obstructed from the quote ground curving or looking like it's curving. So certainly it was pretty evident from that for me that temperature and humidity has an effect on it. So if you guys have like 25-degree weather or something like that, no humidity, I wouldn't doubt that that's playing a role here too.
I think it's the fact that AI was able to get whatever camera lens at right at the floor instead of having to deal with the way that phones, you can't really do that.
Yeah, there's about a centimeter or something like that, 2 centimeters on each side or whatever. Yeah, it's all of the above.
Turn your phone upside down and get that lens like right at the floor.
Taste buds are on the top of your tongue, so turn your bread upside down.
Yeah, I'm kind of a different guy, maybe. Who knows?
Wait, so Flatsy, are you saying that we have to turn our phones into Australian phones?
You're funny.
Get
Just
it?
use them normally. Oh,
You
I'm sorry.
turn it upside down because they're upside down. Hey, come on! I thought that was funny. I thought so.
The only thing that's upside down for me is my smile because the government tells me I live on a ball.
You said the other day you don't listen to the government.
Well, my
I don't.
mind
I just
tells
proved that
me
I don't. I hear them say things. It doesn't mean I heed them.
Hello?
Yep.
The Earth is round. I hope you know this.
Look up that word round and parse it out.
Yep.
Yeah.
The Earth is
Flat and
round.
flat and round aren't mutually exclusive. I hope you realize that.
Okay, but all right. So you know what a globe is, right? You know what a sphere is?
So you know what a
that is, right?
coin is, right? You
Yeah, I
know what a coin is, right?
I know what a coin is, but do you know what a
Flat-
sphere is?
Flat
though?
and round.
Yeah, but do you know what a sphere
Are you talking
is?
about? I mean, round as in like a sphere.
No, like a soccer ball. You know what a soccer ball is, right? Like a sphere. You know what that is?
Yeah, I know what that is.
Okay, you don't know what that is? All right, so. Oh, I just want to tell you the Earth is round, so I don't know what the fuck you're talking
Yeah,
about.
look that word
Yeah,
up.
the
round.
Earth is round.
Try to understand. At least if you learn anything today, learn the word round.
Nice of you to drop by.
That said, he ran.
No, I can't see. I didn't know I wasn't looking, but I'm just assuming he took off. He just like run.
Well, if he comes back, I'm gonna drop a mad lesson plan for him in the side chat. It's called Roundabout by the band Yes, and it's used in the ending of the anime that my namesake is, the Bizarre Adventure bit. Really cool song though.
Yeah. Yeah, like what do they think when they sing, you know, like the wheels on the bus go round and round? Do they think like they're balls? Trailer park girls go around the outside. Sorry, I couldn't do that without laughing.
Yeah, I just read the lyrics to that Yes song a little bit more carefully, and the way they phrase things, it's kind of like following out the epistemology and how you talk to people. Really kind of interesting if you know the context of the show. Yeah, Flatsy, I already said I'm not going to debate veganism here. If you want to debate me on veganism, come over to my partner server, yeah? It'll just get too messy.
Yeah, it's off topic too.
Yeah, I mean, I just incidentally used my egg replacer for the scale shots. It wasn't intentional or anything. But someone had to call me out on it, like they invariably will.
The way to settle the vegan thing is like everyone just eat what they want to eat and leave people alone.
Well, sure, but then you might as well say everyone believe whatever they want about the nature of reality. It creates issues, doesn't it?
No, you let people do what they want to do. If they have beliefs, let them believe whatever they want to believe.
Yeah, but if your belief means that I have to pay tax to keep these farming operations running, it's like paying tax for the next NASA project. I don't have a stake in it.
then don't. If your idea is good enough and you can spread it through logic and reason, then do that. See,
Yeah,
my
dude,
take is
that's what I do.
NASA
That's why I'm
requires
not gonna actually debate anybody.
NASA requires force, violence.
Well,
No
so
one's
does
gonna
eating animals, dude. Think about it. But yeah, just to go over those Yes lyrics, right? In the bridge, he goes, in and around the lake, the mountains come out of the sky and they stay there. 1 more mile and we'll see you. He's talking about observing the nature of the plane we're on and how things come out of the distance based on like the laws of perspective. So it's a cool song if you listen to it. It's only like 1:30. Is Renee still here in the chat? Or did she drop and left? Oh no, she's here. Hey Renee, how hot exactly do you believe the sun is? Hello?
Me?
Renee posted in the side chat that humanity couldn't exist if the sun was
Far enough,
local because we'd be fried.
far enough away that it doesn't exist. Because if it were, if it were as close as some suggest, with its radio,
Right.
we would this planet couldn't exist. It would be
But
it
you're
would be
assuming, yeah?
no, I'm not assuming nothing. It's we've measured the distance to our sun.
Well, you're assuming you know how hot it is how big it is what I'm saying.
Well, no, there is no assumption. We've measured it, both the distance
So
and
they
its rate.
went out to the sun with like a giant ruler, is that what you're saying to me?
Oh, don't play that game with me.
Okay, but tell me how they measured the size and temperature of the sun. Just let me know why you believe that you know that.
It's as simple as this. You are you on a phone or are you on a in front of a computer? Are you on a PC? Are
If you're
you on a
talking to me,
phone or
dude, I'm on my
are
phone,
you?
but I'm also doing stuff. So ask everybody because we all have the same questions for you.
Okay, so if you're on your phone, it might be a little bit more difficult. Say you're on your PC. You do realize that the answers to the questions that you're now asking me are right there at your fingertips. So therefore, why are you asking me for that information?
Because they're not my beliefs. I don't believe that the
No,
sun is.
it's not a belief.
Well, you
These
stated
types
it
of
as a belief.
types of experiments have been done time and time and time again. So
All
you're
right, so
asking
we
me
can say
to
that you
verify.
have a.
You're asking me. And excuse me. You're asking me to verify something that has been done.
No, I'm asking you what standard of evidence you require, because it seems like they've met your standard of evidence. They haven't met my standard of evidence, so I'm trying to work out exactly what that standard is for you, where you find
Those
what they say
answers
about
that are
observing the sun in space as being 100% reliable.
so those answers that are available at your fingertips are not worthy of you. You need my responses.
Well, I'm talking to you. I'm not talking to 6-year-old me who knew why he believed the Earth was this size and this heat, but they're probably different reasons to you.
I mean, the favorite flat Earth quote is, "Do your research." I mean, the answers are right there at your fingertips. Why should I have to provide you with the answers when they're
Because
right
I
there
already told
for
you.
when they're
I
right
already
there
told
for
you. I
you?
used to have the same
Why should
information
I
in my
have to
head.
explain anything to you?
Because it's your belief, and you keep saying it's not a
Because no,
belief, and
it's
yet you
not. It's not a
characterize it and
belief.
describe
It's
it as a
the
belief.
the truth that the facts that are right there at the fingertips. That's the question.
Is it?
Let's cut
The
to the chase.
question that
What about the mouth that's yapping
Why
all
do
the
you
time?
deny the facts that are at your fingertips? That's the
because I
question.
don't
Not
consider
you.
them facts. I
Not you
consider
asking
them.
me to. Not you to provide you my opinions, my facts. The question is, why don't you
Look, here's why.
look up
If I
what
write,
you're
hold
questioning?
on. I'm trying to answer your question, dude. If I write a bunch of numbers on a piece of paper and tell you this is the data, and therefore it's a fact because it's based on data, I just made the data up and then expounded a fact. See the problem?
Yes, but you have to look at how much evidence is in support of this assertion.
Right. So this is what we actually do here all day, and it's formed the concretion of our
Mhm.
individual positions
And
based on
where's
minor.
the and then when you
Trying to answer you, dude, but you keep cutting me off.
okay, so shall we do it this way? We could just do it this way. Put them on a scale. Evidence of Earth being an oblate sphere being an oblate spheroid versus Earth being flat. Which way do you think that scale is going to balance towards?
Well, it depends, man. It depends on the
Heaviest,
weight. It
heaviest to
depends
the
on the weight
lightest.
that you give, what you put on the scale. So if we say the weight of the observations we can carry out with our eye are greater than the weight of these apparent photos that they've taken from deep space, then yeah, the scales are most certainly going to tip in the favor of an observability, right? An observable phenomena. Still with me? So your standard for acceptance is that you have trust in what they're saying, and you may have done some amount of mental gymnastics to try to pass out what they've said to you in some way that it fits in your brain. But like you said, let's put all the evidences on a scale. We can see no water hills anywhere. We see like the same nature of a desert, a long flat expanse of water. So that's our first standard of proof, you know. There's no water hill anywhere. Show me a water hill. It's a false equivalency.
But on that proverbial scale, when globe evidence versus flat Earth evidence, it weighs down heavy on the globe evidence versus flat Earth evidence. That flat Earth evidence is hung high in the air. It's
But are you talking volumetrically?
There's no weight. There's not even enough weight to bring it to an even balance.
Well, it seems like you feel like you've looked at every single argument that's out there and weighed them evenly according to the same metric. I don't know how one would go about doing what you suggest, but I'm trying to, and I'm saying that you can't show me a water hill. You can't show me like a photo of the curve that you haven't taken from space. Just like a guy to me the other day tried to prove that comet tails show the position of the sun. Well, it would if you're taking the photos in space, but not if you're on the ground. Do you see the issue yet?
Well, I've got a mate. He could sure hook you up in regards with comets and their comet tails in the position of the sun. Are you familiar with Astronomy Live? Probably not.
Well, I asked the guy yesterday, and he couldn't provide any evidence, but he did agree that because I don't believe the sun is ever beneath me, the reference point of the comet tail from Earth is not going to match its position in wherever it is.
Well, my buddy Astronomy Live, he could, in regards to astronomy, he could hook you up with any answer that you require. He's actually applied
Okay,
for.
but did you listen?
He's actually
did you listen
applied
to exactly?
He's actually applied with NASA to become an astronaut.
That's fantastic. But did you listen to exactly how I phrased my contention?
Go ahead and phrase it again, please.
Okay, so if we carry out these observations from the ground and we're looking at a visible comet, let's just go Halley's Comet, right? And this tail at one point is pointing in a direction that's not exactly in line with where the sun is supposed to be based on any assumption that we carry out after sunset, right? And just something throws it off because if you're not in space, you're not going to get that direct positioning because it's subject to how you're viewing it from the ground, right? This is why space-based observations, they actually fail the standard that you're setting for this scale of evidence.
There's an occasional in regards to comets. There is an occasional phenomenon known as outgassing. And you will get a pulse where it actually goes opposite of what one would expect, astronomers in particular. And that does happen. It doesn't happen a lot, but it happens.
So there's already something in your workable knowledge that like disqualifies your statement, but you're just allowing for it the way that gravity does what you do when you need it to and doesn't do what you don't need it to when you don't need it to. It sounds like magic to me, bro. Sounds like magic to me. Magic does what you need it to do when you need it to.
Sometimes comets can outgas in an unusual manner. That's true. What else do you have?
Okay, that's proof against your claim. That's what I have.
That was my proof against
you haven't
your claim
accounted.
You haven't accounted for a discrepancy. Outgassing
like
could always go
that,
the same direction. Outgassing always doesn't.
No, hold on. It's like saying, okay, we're going to try to prove gravity. We'll drop a ball for 365 days, and on one of these days, the ball floats up into the air, and we just ignore that because we say, well, sometimes it's not doing what gravity does. That's why I say it's all magic, bro. It does what you want it to do when you want it to do it. It's like writing a book, yeah?
Gravity is present all around us in the natural world.
Then why can't they quantify it or test it properly or make a single detector that only detects gravity instead of detecting weight and mass and movement and all these other things that they tie together by inserting 10% of magic into the equation?
Do you even know what a gravimeter is?
Sorry, what was that?
Do you know what a gravimeter is?
No, can you write it in the side chat, please?
I'll just spell it for you. Gravimeter. Gravimeter.
Dude, it sounded like a round of Wheel of Fortune there. I'm sure it's not going to be too difficult for you to type that out.
It's a machine.
Well, just a second. There you go.
All right, thank you. Now I'm going to go and look that up and then tell you basically what I think about it after 5 minutes.
Okay. And by the way, a gravimeter can actually be used to detect voids underneath Earth's surface. One of its purposes is to detect oil reserves. It can also be used to find voids in sandstone underneath Earth's surface, which are plentiful around Florida and along the east, the west coast. That's how a lot of sinkholes happen. And they use these to detect, where's a good place to build, where's not a good place to build. And then we have gravitaxis. Then we have gravitropus. There's just a ton of fields right there in the natural world.
They've given it a nice fancy name, like a gravimeter. It's a very sensitive accelerometer. That's what Wikipedia told me inside of 30 seconds.
Record the usage of that.
And what is an accelerometer?
Measures motion.
And what type of motion does it detect?
Kinetic motion.
Further.
Sorry? There's more motion than kinetic motion?
Up and down. Right?
I don't know, dude. I'm learning all about this gravimeter, and I'm trying to pass it to what I know about accelerometers, which isn't a huge amount. But it seems like it's not some kind of magical new device. It's measuring just the graviton, which is what I suggested means that it's not real because you can't independently measure just the gravity.
Gravimeters have been around for decades.
Yeah, you can measure that, whatever it is,
What do you mean? Like, do you study the heat of fire by, weighing ash? You can study the effect of a force. It doesn't tell you shit about the force, or even if it's real. You're just making inferences. Like, you're dividing.
Yeah, but you're still doing something,
zero
right?
by infinity here.
You're still doing something.
Okay, everything's doing something, so everything's engaging extant forces. But where they're not engaging extant forces is where they're engaging existential forces. And heliocentrism is, by definition, existentialism, because all of its foundational epistemologies are philosophies, not science.
Okay, I'll be right back. I want you to see something.
You need gravity as an independent variable, wouldn't you?
Okay, these types of trees, they're called guide trees. They were created by Native Americans to the United States, North America, if you will. And what do you think the mechanism is behind that they use to make these trees grow this way?
A really big ruler.
It's called gravitropism. And what is gravitropism directly related to? Gravity.
So you're telling me that a word you use to convince a tree to grow in a certain way is because of gravity?
Precisely. and
No,
sunlight.
dude. It's like when you have water forming a river, it does it because it errs towards its path of least resistance, which is the same thing that trees go. So if you make it easier for them to grow to a right angle by putting a giant brick on top of it, it's not because gravity.
If it weren't for gravity, plant root systems wouldn't grow down, and their stem shoots wouldn't grow upwards. They
What
would.
are you talking about? They have life force. They're generating the energy
they would
to
splay
penetrate.
themselves across. They would splay
Dude,
themselves
think
across
about what you're
ground.
saying. Think about
I
what
know
you're
what
saying.
I'm
It's like
saying.
growing taller but down, yeah? Trees are fine growing taller up, and they grow taller down by the same way by cell replicating, yeah? It's not gravity once again.
And if gravity wasn't in play, all plant life would lay flat on the surface of Earth.
You'll need to prove the gravity first, that's what he's asking, as an independent variable.
It's all around us in the natural world.
Yeah,
Do
that's
you
the mix.
do you know
That's
what loxodonti are? Does anybody here know what loxodonti are? I'm willing to bet you $1,000 right now. Not one of you knows what loxodonti are without looking it up.
It's a big word with a very weird meaning that nobody's gonna know.
Exactly.
how come I knew
Okay,
that?
so loxodonti, they're a really small little creature. They live in brackish water mostly, and they have contained within them what are referred to as Mueller vesicles. And these Mueller vesicles, very much like in fish, and us humans share this type of trait too. These Mueller vesicles allow these it's an organelle, and it allows these loxodonti to know direction, up, down, sideways, left and right, diagonal to the left, diagonal to the right. That way they can situate themselves, just like the human ear allows us to balance. This is all due to gravity. Without gravity, we would all be rubber people flopping around on the ground. Fish would be trying to swim out of water and flop around on the ground. Loxodonti would not. Loxodonti, the family of Loxodonti, would not know what direction to go. We'd all be dead.
Yeah, but you have to prove the gravity first, you're just asserting it.
There's no assertion that needs to be made. It's right there in the natural world, and that's one of the things that people who believe Earth is flat, where is it in the natural world? Well, I'm giving you prime examples where it is in the natural world. But what do people choose to do? 9 times out of 10, deflect. No, we're asking for something else. We're not asking for that. We're asking for
Well, you just said that there's
direct and measurable proof that we can touch ourselves and we can put it in our mouth and taste it and smell it. That's a silly type of conversation to try to have. That's actually not a conversation. That's just self-fulfillment to trying to choose your own manifest destiny that some people don't choose to follow because we look up shit and we educate ourselves.
Dude, just this Wikipedia page on the gravimeter is incredibly dense, you know? Like, I don't know if you understand it as well as you think you do, but do you think you could simplify some of the information I'm reading?
Well, the old school ones were simple machines. They weren't very accurate. The newer machines, they work on their digitals. I mean,
Yeah,
do
but
you know
I'm
who?
saying, like,
Do you
what
know?
do
Do you
you
know? Have
actually...
you? Go
Sorry.
ahead.
I just want to know what exactly he believes he understands it's doing and how it's doing it. Like, you're trying to say that, like, our
He's
standard
having
of
fun.
competency should be higher because we're not aware of these esoteric notions of accelerometers, man. Like, explain it to me. Treat me like I'm as dumb as you think.
Okay, I'm not. Okay, so example, you can take a gravimeter and you can find areas of stronger gravitational forces and weaker gravitational forces when you place them, in various locations, and especially when they're projecting downwards. Like as I mentioned, this is one of the ways
All
that
right,
they
so
find.
let's
This is the
let's
way
start
that
there, right?
they find oil. Is one of the ways that they
Right.
research
Hold on.
sandstone caverns.
So they point it downwards, yeah? So it sends a frequency, I'm guessing, downwards and then reads a response in the differential between like the relative densities. Yeah? Is that something right?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so
Pretty
why
much.
is gravity required for any of that? It's just radio waves bouncing back.
I mean, you're looking at it yourself. What are you familiar with? There's a chap on YouTube goes by the name PhD Tony. Have you heard the name
Look, let
before?
me just compare what I'm saying to
No,
another claim, right? One that
I
I'm
just
more
asked.
familiar with, and one that you're probably and everyone's probably more familiar with too. When they tried to work out what was at the very center of the Earth, they sent radio waves through the Earth, and they encountered a what do you call like a divergence in where they expected the radio transmission to be received. So if you imagine, right, this point that they've pointed at the center of the Earth, let's just subjectively imagine that it's real. Why can't the radio signal bounce off that and then back up onto the top of the land? Yeah? Instead of going all the way through the other side of a ball, wouldn't it like be bouncing a laser off the bottom of a pool? So therefore, like this doesn't require gravity. Anything that the gravimeter does or other things that they've expounded further from a similar application of radio frequencies doesn't prove anything about the shape of things. It just proves that radio waves bounce at different amplitudes and encounter different varying degrees of resistance. Are you still with me?
Yeah, but what you're suggesting is that can we somehow use gravimeters to determine what's going on at the core of our Earth? Well, we right now at this stage of the game, we're not quite sure exactly what's going on at the core of
Sure.
the center.
They used something much bigger. They used a much bigger bandwidth frequency, but what they saw was a divergence in the expected reception position. And then where they actually picked the signal up was like, okay, something's diverted the radio signal that we shot straight down through the ground.
That's right.
So therefore,
That's
it's
right.
diverted around the core of the Earth. I'm
That's
asking
right.
you,
But
why
there's
it's not a
still
fair
questions involved.
approximation. Hold on. I'm asking you why it's not a fair approximation to point a laser at the bottom of a pool and have it come up at different to the exact angle that you pointed it down because of a number of things that light does when it changes medium. So these radio waves are changing medium through the relative densities of the Earth, and then the relative density of the supposed core is different again. So yeah, you'd get diversion from all of these things. It wouldn't imply gravity, and it wouldn't imply a sphere, especially empirically.
Well, if that was indeed the fact, then gravimeters wouldn't even be used. They would be useless. When
No,
indeed
they're
they're
not
not.
useless because you can see how like the readings that you get that aren't the readings that you expect, you just find a way to, magic in some gravity and say why you didn't get what you expected.
Do you think that gravimeters are just named that because it's a fancy name?
It's literally a fancy name for an accelerometer. That's exactly how Wikipedia describes it. It's a very, very sensitive accelerometer. That's all it is.
Very expensive accelerometer that's used to detect gravity. Congratulations.
Yeah, you put your own suffix on describing what it is and then describing why it is what it is. You only have to describe what it is to know what it is. It's a sensitive accelerometer, not a gravometer. That's just a word. They named it to make a distinction between the levels of sensitivity that
Yeah, but the
accelerometers
word
are
is
capable
still
of
there,
expressing.
dude. Yeah.
I mean, look, it's a nice try,
So
dude, and I understand your position, yeah, and like I want to
it's not
learn more
history
about it.
yet. Yeah, it's not history. It's still there.
Okay, let's do. I mean, I've got
That was a
some more.
mistake.
If you're ready to play, I've got more.
Yeah, keep them coming, dude. We've got accelerometers so far, and I'm a bit divided on what they prove, but you can be happy with your position so far. But what's next?
The Globus Soyuz. Have you ever heard of it?
Who
That's another
didn't?
word I don't know.
Who
It's
didn't?
it's
Heard.
it's a device that was invented by the Russians for determining coordinate systems while in space in regards to Earth.
So they use this to put Sputnik in the sky?
Give me just a moment. I'll
Is
give
this
you a
why
gift
they
for. I'll give you a I'll give you a gift real fast first, and then if you want, I'll give you a video and you can watch it. These guys restore one. One moment, please. Oops. Anyway, I can't find a gift for it, but here's a shot of it. I can link you up with a video if you'd like to watch it.
Hold on, is your new device a centrifuge?
Oop. Right there in the side chat.
Oh yeah, sorry, I was looking at Ambrose. Yeah, no, I get you.
That's
Right,
a
so
smaller one.
describe this one for me.
That's just a smaller one.
It looks like a waveform oscillator generator to me, but I'm just guessing.
Right. There's a larger one that they restored on YouTube.
Well, this one looks like really fun dive, so yeah, I'll try to find out everything I can about Soviet space computers. Ooh.
Well, there's another venue that we could go. Do you believe that the Apollo missions were fake?
Me? Who? Me?
Anybody?
Well, I
is a
believe
strong
that
word.
they did them in a way, right?
Well, we were in the space race. Both China and Russia were in there with us. If we faked the Apollo missions, don't you think that Russia and China would have been the first to call us out and say,
Well, they
"Fake"?
have. They have in very recent years. The Russian head of the space agency was
Nah,
like,
the
"Yeah,
plan
proof that
was
the US is on the moon."
successful. The plan was successful.
But look, I mean, we're talking preponderances of evidence here, yeah. Yeah, I don't think the Apollo program matches up to anything that's a preponderance in this regard.
So anyway, yeah, it was nice playing tag with you guys. I'm heading off to another server.
Yeah, you
Have
play.
fun.
You believe in the moon landings. We know that they didn't happen. So yeah, have fun, dude.
Yeah, I know they did.
No, you don't. You
Maybe
got
he
an
knows.
you got
Listen,
an
listen.
accelerometer,
I watched
Maybe
them
he
as
knows.
and
I watched them as a child. I watched the
on
very
Maybe
TV.
he
first,
knows the fake stuff.
I watched the
Yeah, on
very first
TV.
lunar landing.
Shut up,
That's
B2.
That's what
Stop
it is.
interrupting, mate.
Sorry.
You will be. Anyway, he's gone. So
Well,
What
the
did
first
they do?
incredible thing.
What did they do? They did something, right? What did they do?
They
That's
made
the
a
question.
production, dude. What did they do when they made 2001: A Space
And
Odyssey? Did they
something
go to
else.
space to film it? No, it's not something else. It's a movie of people in space. It's the exact same thing. It's footage done with cameras in space. So are you telling me they were in
Were they
space to
stealing?
create all those effects?
Were they stealing?
Were they what?
They did that and they stole some shit probably.
I'm talking. You're saying that like they must have gone to the moon and done all the
No,
Apollo
not
stuff.
that. Not
It?
that.
Oh,
Not that
sorry.
part.
Anyway, I'm reading on Globus, the space computer, the only computer that used almost zero silica. How'd they achieve that in the 60s? I'd love to know.
Yeah.
What's that machine gonna do? And how does it do it?
Trying to work out, but the dude left, so now I'm just having a fun read. Oh, I've got the perfect quote already. Globus wasn't actually linked to any kind of inertial navigation inputs, but rather was intended to provide cosmonauts with a visual indication of where their spacecraft was relative to the surface of the Earth. So it's basically like one of those toys that they give to little kids that looks like a lawnmower, but all the balls pop around on the inside, and then they stuck little Lego astronauts to the top, so they had something pretty to play with on their way to space. Okay, cool. Globus, there it is.
Well, if you don't get to do anything, do that, right? Or am I wrong?
All they did, right, was they built a machine where the astronauts could put in the coordinates that they were going off, like their flight coordinates, and then the machine would use gears to rotate the globe around until the point of land was under the supposed coordinates that they put in it. That's not a computer. They just call it a computer. Like they call an accelerometer a gravimeter. You know, it's all just the
But
magic of
it's still,
words.
yeah, but it's still a machine, right?
Well, dude, it's like an accordion box. You know what I mean? You spin it
Like a
on one
toy.
side, and inside it moves, and the teeth move against the little grooves, and you get a melody. It's about as complicated as that. Only you're presupposing that there's an astronaut dancing along the top of the barrel and making the notes.
On the barrel.
Yeah, the barrel in one of these little spindle accordions, where the barrel has all the ridges and the teeth hit the ridges to create the melody. Now you've had it twice. Do you need it again?
Hello?
Hello.
What's up?
So, are you here to make a claim or?
To make a claim?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. Well, the last guy who was in here, he made 3 claims. His first claims was that accelerometers prove gravity. His second claim was that convincing trees to grow in specific directions proves gravity. And his third claim was that a little ball with a system of series, like with a system of gears that moves the ball relative to the position that you type in on the top, somehow proves that astronauts were in space. So we had 3 claims, and none of them seemed to pass, like even the standard definition test of passing the name to the function.
Yeah.
So I guess I get I get why you'd be hesitant to make a claim in a space like this, because if you do make a claim, you want to be able to substantiate it somehow.
I keep on dropping my cigarette.
But you got to have respect when you're dealing with old guys like the one who just come in here, you know, because he's grown up and seen the changing trends in the information he's provided. Like, now this is what I know about space, and now this is what I know about space. And as you get older and the world changes, it becomes more technological and information saturated. Like, relying on the basic things that they tell you about the ever changing nature of the narrative, this makes you feel like you're still current. Like, you can still tell young people what it's like in the real world, you know, because you were in the real world back when it was, you know, black and white cameras on the moon, and we're all just too spoiled, you know. We're all believing everything that comes out of our phones instead of listening to people in their 60s who've told you 20 different things over 30 years, you know. But they'll just keep on updating what they say to people and then say, you know, you're the one with the belief, not me. I only know the facts.
Yeah, I remember I saw a YouTube video of an interview with like the ex NASA director. And they were looking at supposedly the model that, you know, completed one of the lunar missions. And the interviewer asked, so if we had this technology in the 1970s, how come we don't have the technology to go to the moon now? And the ex NASA director literally said on an interview, he said, "Oh, we threw it away. We threw it away. We destroyed the technology."
Is this Justice League? What is happening?
Like what? Why would? Why in the world would like you throw
Isn't
away
it?
the technology to go to the moon?
Forgot.
That's
Yeah, what the
ridiculous.
hell? What the hell?
Well, we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again.
Yeah, I think is that what he said? Yeah.
It's easier to break than to make.
And then it's just like who can fucking logically defend that? Like in what world
Well,
does
I mean,
destroying the tech in what world does destroying the technology to supposedly go to the moon, like how does that benefit humanity? Like
well, look, it's the same claim that the guy who founded the Church of Mormon made. He made a claim that an angel appeared to him named Moroni. And the angel Moroni told him where these sacred texts were buried that were like the Ten Commandments. They used to design the rocket to begin with. That's what they mean.
yeah, I mean
Like
all
all
the
these, like
technology.
they make all these claims about polymers, special polymers that would shield them from the radiation and all these other things. And there's like, they'll say there's a million things that went into this tinfoil plastic construction. There's super materials that we don't know how to make anymore, even though it's identifiably plastic and cellophane.
I'm sorry, could I ask a question? Like, are you guys arguing against or for the moon landing?
I'm not.
I'm just
I
gabbing.
just had a question about the comment he made. I'm a round earther, by the way, so you know I actually believe we did go to the moon, but that's
Why do you have a voice changer on?
You believe whatever
to
you
protect my
believe.
privacy.
You're afraid of people finding out you're a round earther?
Sure.
I don't know, it just seems like something a troll would do, but
Yeah, don't take any social risks on our behalf or anything. It's not like I lost all my credibility to everyone I'm ever going to meet, you know, by believing that the truth is more important than belief.
Okay, so we're arguing against flat Earth. Okay, I get it.
I'm not. I was just asking a question. That's all about the comment he made.
Yeah, I just joined. I was just curious.
I'm not really arguing
Was it
round or flat Earth.
important though? Was it important?
So are you making
What
a
are you
claim that
referring to?
To the question. Was it
I
important?
thought the question was relevant. Yes.
Did you get the answer?
Yeah. He answered my question very nicely, actually.
Let me just slow it down a
Drop.
bit. Yeah. So
Thank you.
so we have 2 points on this Earth, and in between those 2 points, there's a Sagittarius, which means there's a big old hump in between those 2 points. So what is the drop over the distance between those 2 points of any given distance? What is the drop over distance? Measurement.
Oh.
Oh,
Sure. We should
go on.
probably use ChatGPT to answer your
No,
question.
we're not gonna use ChatGPT to answer that. See, here's the problem. You were ready to give me a video, yet you weren't able to support the claim that the Earth is a geometric shape. That's strange. I thought that
No,
video was good enough.
Yeah, I do think the video is good enough.
So then what
Honestly,
is the drop
it's
over distance via the video?
oh, I
Oh.
mean, I just don't need to know that, right? The
Well, we
video
do
is
because
the
the
video.
claim, the video is a video, but the claim is that the Earth is a geometric shape. We're trying to figure out how is it measured to be so. We are given numeric values that the Earth has a radius, diameter, and circumference. How do we get those values?
We measured them. I suppose they use lasers or
Cool.
something. I'm
How?
not sure how they.
Oh, you're not sure. See, that's what I was talking about. You remember my premise when I came in here where you said, "Oh, that's a fallacy." Actually, you're actually agreeing with me now. There is no evidence. Thank you.
Well, no.
It's not
The
an argument, like I
evidence
said.
is the live stream, right?
No, the evidence is not the
You
live
might
stream.
say that's insufficient evidence,
No,
but
it's
it
Yeah,
is
not
it's
evidence.
insufficient, definitely. Yes.
It's not insufficient. It's just a mythos. They're showing you. It's like me showing you a video of like I don't know.
It's a
my favorite.
project, bro. Like it's a.
Are you gonna let me finish? B2.
Yeah, yeah.
So basically, it's like a movie. If I show you a movie, that's not evidence that the Earth is anything. I'm just showing you production value, something that they've produced. Who cares? I'm asking for tangible evidence that you and I can perform a method to verify the measurement, which there isn't any, according to you. So there isn't an argument here. Yeah, it's not a debate, like I said before, unless you can provide evidence directly that the Earth has been measured. Yeah.
In the side chat, there's the Earth is curved
What?
here, right?
Yeah,
Like,
who
you can
cares?
see it in the picture.
I don't care if they
Sure.
show Daffy Duck looking like the Earth. All
Excuse me
I care
for a second,
about
Al.
is that there's evidence that you and I can test and measure. That's it. And if you don't have that, then the Earth is not a geometric shape. Pretty simple. So anything you present has to be followed by you and me being able to test it. Can you do that?
Sure. Do you have
Okay,
a heavy
present
object
something.
in your room?
Yeah, present something that we're going to be able to test. Go on. First,
Yeah,
the
you can test this right now.
Test what right now?
So the phenomena. So
What
take
phenomena?
a light object in your hand,
A what?
like
You
a
want me to put an
pencil.
object
Do
in
you
my
have a
hand?
pen?
Who cares?
Yeah, just
I don't
any
give a
light
shit
object.
about any. I don't care about any other object. I only care about the thing that we're standing on and the claim that it's a geometric shape, like an oblate spheroid, and also a
What's the
demonstration.
point?
I'm not talking to you, B2. So on also a demonstration that supports the claim that it can be verified with a method that you can measure it. Now, that's all I'm asking for. It's very clear. Didn't talk fast. I'm asking for that. Not a pen in your hand or a cube or any other thing. I want to test the claim that the Earth you're standing on is an oblate spheroid. Can we do it?
I mean, I'm lying in bed, so
I don't
I
care.
can't do that right now.
Then thank you. A nice little concession from you saying I don't know or I can't do it will suffice. Therefore, my premise still stands that there is no evidence that the Earth is a globe. Thank you. Have a nice sit down
Well,
and listen
no,
to
the
me tell
evidence
somebody else
that
that.
the claim,
No,
the,
you're not going
the
to
claim is
continue. No, you don't continue this argument because you done lost. You gave up the ghost. So you can lay back on your bed while I destroy another glober. How about that?
You know what? That's totally fair.
Excellent. Next. Who else believes the Earth's a globe?
I don't know about believing it's a globe, Tard, but Quinn, that image that I put up was a copy of your live stream. It was just a snapshot of your live stream. I'm going to put forward a question, my friend. Why is there a stitch line in your video footage? If it's
Yeah, we
live
moved
footage,
past that Matrix. He's
no
really
live.
gave up the ghost, bro. So there's really not much more he can bring forward.
What's a stitch line?
We're not. No, don't worry about it. So we're looking for another glober that's able to substantiate the claim that the Earth is a globe. Next, please. Quinn isn't able to do it, so let's see if there's another champion in here who can. No?
Yeah, but what if
What if what?
it is just my opinion?
Go ahead, let's hear it. Because I love opinions.
I was just kidding, man.
No,
That's
go ahead.
just the argument I get for every movie that is good or bad. It's just my opinion, man. Like, just
I didn't
don't
say
worry
you
about
couldn't give your opinion. Go ahead. All I'm saying is that there is no evidence that the Earth is a globe, and I'm yet to hear it in the years that I've been doing this. Because I do this every single day.
How many years?
I'm rounding about 10 by now.
Wait, were you here? How long have you been here, or did you just join, or were you AFK?
Politics, well, you can look at my tags.
No, I mean like right now. Like, were you here like 20 minutes ago?
No, but I I don't need to be. I know that your guys' arguments are. I don't know if you are or not, but Glober arguments are all the same. They follow
I
the
was just
same.
curious.
They
I
follow the same
didn't-
pattern. So I know where they're all gonna end up.
No, I know. I was just curious if you were here when I joined.
No, I don't know you from Adam, sir. So, is there anybody else in here who has the stamina to endure a conversation with me? I don't think you can, but yeah, go ahead.
Can you?
What can I do for you, sir? Yes? Oh, come on. There must be one amongst you.